But in the meantime, we're going to get started with the 2020 Junior Limousin and Lim-Flex Show on the arena to my left. Our judge is from Stillwater, Oklahoma, is Craig Sand. Grew up on a limousine operation, a pure red cow-calf operation located in southern Wisconsin where he grew up. Manages show and sale cattle at Griswold Cattle in Stillwater, Oklahoma. His favorite part about the livestock industry is the friendships and the lifelong friends that you have forever. Judge once again for this limousine side of the show ring, Craig Sand, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Bring in our first class up the ramp, or when our first class gets here, it'll be a single entry. It'll be Class 791A. Single entry, Class 791A, Limousin Female, Division 1. This one born May 2nd, 2019. We have 3 classes within this first division on the limousine. Also like to recognize our North American Limousine Foundation board members for 2020. The president, Kurt Wazorek from South Dakota. Vice President Dan Hunt. Nebraska. Secretary Wade Beckman from Idaho. Treasurer Dr. Mark Barker from Oklahoma. At large, Bruce Lawrence of Texas. Ex officio Gary Fox from Texas. Additional directors on the NALF board include Iowa's Charles Linhart, Virginia's Joe Moore, Minnesota's Jerry Wolf, Colorado's Kevin Oshner, Kansas's Randy Corns, Oklahoma's Ron Cunningham, Louisiana's Troy Gulata. Newly elected 2020 board directors include Wisconsin's Bart Mitchell, North Dakota's Austin Hager, and Texas's Jay Wilder. So thanks to our board members and directors that are here taking in the show today. Once again, our first class in the ring for Limousin 791A, first of 3 within the first division. The official livestock photographer for the National Western is Show Champions. Check out the pictures taken in the arena and at the backdrop throughout the day, and purchase pictures online at Showchampions.com. Also like to give a quick thank you to our stadium arena sponsors. I'll tell you more about them as we move through the shows. Saunders Construction, John Deere, Big Bubba's, and the Colorado Farm Show.
Well, good morning here. Start off on this limousine side here with a single entry heifer. Heifer that comes out here, she's just a tick nervous. She's out here by herself, but a heifer that's awfully big bodied. You study her from behind. She's got some width and dimension to her. She's standing on good bone. She gets out and travels. I really like the way her neck comes high out of the top side of her shoulder. She might just have a little bit of chest floor for me for being a May, but that's an awfully nice female to start this limousine show. Congratulations.
Here's the results on Class 791A, Limousin, Division 1. First place, 1070. That is Madison Craig, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Up next, the single entry for Class 791B. Birth date on the next entry is February 21st, 2019. Second entry of 3 within As I mentioned, we'll be starting the South Devon Show here in a few moments. It'll be the 2020 National South Devon Show. I can tell you about our judge. He's from Laramie, Wyoming, Caleb Boardman, graduate of Texas A&M. Grew up on a commercial Sim Angus operation. His wife is Kylie and son is Cash. Currently the judging coach and lecturer in animal science at the University of Wyoming. Caleb Boardman from Laramie, Wyoming is our judge on the South Devon show ring to my right.
Another single entry here. A heifer here is standing on side view profile is really outstanding. A heifer that's neck comes really high out of her shoulder. She's really elegant up in that front 1/3. I like the way she gets out and travels. She's good bodied. She's got some good balance about her. I'd maybe just like to make her hair stouter for me, but we'll just see, get her back out here with a little competition, but that heifer is awfully intriguing. Nice heifer, congratulations.
Up next for Limousin Class 791C, single entry prior to our Division Championship. Here's a result on Class 791B. First place 1072. Morgan Wise, Topeka, Kansas. Once again coming to the ring next. Single entry for Class 791C with our judge Craig Sand from Stillwater, Oklahoma. Coming in the ring on the show ring to my right, 2020 National South Devon Show with our judge Caleb Boardman of Laramie, Wyoming. This is our first class, Class 894A heifer calves, single entry. This one born June 24, 2019. Real quick, if you have friends or family that want to watch the shows here in the Stadium Arena or any of the livestock shows on grounds, you can text or email them nationalwestern.com and check out the live audio and video webcast there. nationalwestern.com for the free live audio and video webcasts.
A nice single entry to start the South Devon show here. Just a June heifer calf, and one that I think's got plenty of growth. I love the lower body shape, really like the length of neck and femininity in this female. If we change her, we'd like to set her back and her knee and her ankle just a little bit there, but a heifer that can still get out, cover her track. So nice place to start. Congratulations to this young man.
Another single entry over here on the Limousin side. Boy, this heifer's a load. There's a lot to this heifer. She's big-bodied. She's stout when you study her from behind. Really wide pin. She's sound moving. I'd like to maybe trim her up in her overall condition for me for being a January female, but a heifer that might have just a little bit of shoulder to her and maybe runs downhill just ever so slightly, but a heifer that sure is going to make this young man a tremendous female in the pasture. I think there's just a lot of good things about this heifer. I think she's really stout, and I think she's really burly. Nice female. Congratulations.
Catch up on results here. Let's stick on the Limousin side for just a moment. First place 1073 for Class 791C goes to Ben Spencer, Gibbon, Nebraska. All the first place animals from those three classes back in the ring for the Division I Limousin Championship with our judge Craig Sand of Stillwater, Oklahoma. In the ring on the South Devon show ring, in the ring is Class 894B heifer calves born April 1st through April 30th, 2019. Here's results on Class 894A heifer calves. First place 2177, Levi Kramer, Columbus, Montana. Once again, our judge on the South Devon side of the show ring is from Laramie, Wyoming, Caleb Boardman.
We're going to leave these two heifers as we stand over here, and a real nice heifer that we lead off with the young man's. I think just proportions out extremely well. Just love the cowy body shape she has relative to her age. She's big-footed and stout-featured. We'd maybe just square her up to her pin set just a click. She maybe has a little extra set to her hock at times there. That doesn't flex just perfect out in motion, but I think, again, plenty functional. Love the cowy body shape. Just beautiful look from the side. Very nice female to start. Second place heifer's long and extended ahead of her shoulder. Got a long level spine in her, and a female that I think has a lot of future in front of her. Little greener out here today. Gets just a little stilty on those back legs. Just give her a little more flex and reach out of her hock relative to her class winner, but still a nice project for the young man. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Up next, the ring will be Class 894C heifer calves on the South Devon show ring. Heifer calves born March 1st through March 31st, 2019. Here's results on 894B. First place 2175, Brandon Van Wyk, Grinnell, Iowa. Second 2174, Chase Terry, Winchester, Kansas. As I mentioned, in the ring next with our judge Caleb Boardman from Laramie, Wyoming. This is Class 894C heifer calves born March 1st through March 31st, 2019.
Over here on our Limousin side for the division here, the heifer to start off that wins the first class, the May heifer. An intriguing heifer to me, a heifer that's got a lot of balance and eye appeal. I think she's big ribbed. I think she's good bone. She's good footed. You study her from behind. I think she's got plenty of width to skeleton. She's pretty stout down her top and into her quarter. Her neck comes high out of the top of her shoulder. Like I said in class, I'd maybe like just to trim her up for a May heifer calf just in the bottom of that chest floor, but a heifer that's sure intriguing. Heifer that's got a lot of good things about her. The heifer that wins the second class, a heifer to me, she's really eye appealing from the side. Her neck comes high out of the top side of her shoulder. Shoulder lays into her really nice. Heifer that's a little longer, taller, maybe a little more elegant from a side view standpoint. I guess I study her from behind. I'd probably like to see just a little more shape down her top and into her quarter, maybe just make her a little bolder in her rib cage for me, but a heifer that sure can get out and travel on sound feet and legs. The heifer that rounds out that third class there, heifer that's just a load. She's big-bodied, she's stout. You study her from behind, there's just a lot to this one. She's good bone, she's good-footed. I'd like to just sure lean her up in her condition for me. She's carrying a little extra condition for me today. Maybe trim her up on the bottom side of that neck and chest, but an awful nice female. That being said, I'm going to go out and select your champion and reserve champion in this division.
Over on the South Devon side, 3 nice heifers, and going to lead off with the young man's red heifer here. A pair of heifers up at the top that are just a little more moderate and deeper bodied in their kind, and I like the extra stoutness this red heifer. She's a little truer in her spring of rib out of her spine. She's just a little bolder there in the center portion of her rib, comes a little bigger and stouter out of her pin set. Rita, I actually like the freshness, the condition she has at this age of the game and stage. Rita's just a little cleaner about her pones and up through her chest. Could maybe just clean her up to the point of her shoulder and up at the top side of her neck, but one that's an awfully nice female. Love the moderate, just easy flesh and cowy look of this female, real feminine and good about the shape of her head. Maybe change her in her foot shape just a little bit. She'll get just a little longer and close in on her toes there. She'll want to round out of her hip just a click compared to our red heifer that we lead off with. Sure like the cow prospect that one offers. Big extended black and white heifer we round out with. Gets out, covers her track. A little greener in her condition. For me, I'd like to maybe moderate that one just a click. She gets a little bigger in her frame size than I'd prefer relative to her age. But 3 nice heifers. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors.
Swing back over to Limousin side for that Division Championship. Division 1, your champion, 1070. That comes out of Class 791A. TASF Wrigley, 321G, Madison Craig, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Your reserve Division 1 is out of Class 791B, 1072, TASF Guardian Angel, 300G, Morgan Wise, Topeka, Kansas. Up next in the ring, we'll move to Class 792A, a single entry for the second division. This female born November 4th, 2018. Back over on the South Devon side in the ring, single entry, Class 894D, heifer calves. This one born February 28, 2019. Here's the results on Class 894C heifer calves. First place, 2173, Kyle Strandberg from Maynard, Minnesota. Second, 2171, Sierra Steinlicht from Valley Falls, Kansas. Third, 2172, Emily White, Wadena, Minnesota. Once again in the ring with our judge, Caleb Boardman from Laramie, Wyoming on the South Devon side. Single entry, Class 894D heifer calf.
Nice single entry on the South Devon side, and this red heifer is just beautiful from the profile here. The way her neck shaped and head, and the way her shoulder lays into the plane of her body, sweep of her lower rib relative to her age, I think is really good. We'll get behind her, and we maybe wish there could be just a little more there and change her on how she pressures that back foot just a click, but really nice heifer here, single entry. Congratulations to her.
Single entry over here on the Limousin side. Awfully nice heifer here. Heifer's got a ton of balance and eye appeal. I really like the way her neck comes high out of her shoulder. Her shoulder pushes in and transitions into her body. Really sound feet and legs. Has plenty to her for me. An awfully intriguing heifer to me that can withstand a whole lot more competition. Congratulations.
Here's the results going back to the South Devon side. First place for Class 894D heifer calves, 2170, Emma Ganek from Malin, Oregon. Up next in the ring, Class 895 senior heifer calves. These born August and December 2018. Back over to the Limousin side. Coming up next will be 792B. And then after this, we'll have our next Division Championship. Here's a result on Class 792A. First place, 1074. Colt Parkinson, Levelland, Texas. Once again in the ring next with our judge, Craig Sand from Stillwater, Oklahoma. 792B is single entry, just in front of our Division II Championship.
Another single entry here on the Limousin side. A fall heifer, also September female. Heifer's really interesting. When she first come in here and hit, and I was looking at her, she was fighting the halter a little bit. I was kind of questioning her way she drives off her hind legs, but I sure kind of ruled that out. Sure a sound made, big-footed, good moving female. She's really well balanced. She's level top. She's square hipped. I'd like to tidy her up maybe on the bottom side of that neck and that chest floor just a little bit, but a heifer that's got some really, really nice pieces about her. Congratulations.
Two nice heifers on the South Devon side, and the cattle are definitely feeling good this morning, wanting to fight the young people. But the black heifer here does have about a 2-month age gap here over the red heifer, but I think as you just study her, like the turn and shape she has to her rib, softness back to her rear rib and flank, you know, she's probably pushing size-wise just a little bit relative to her age, but I think a big high-performing female that's stout, layering at her shoulder, just a click better for me. Another good top-line female gets out and hits her track, which we could just drop her down in her spine or her lower body. As we get her out in motion, she'll tighten up just a little bit in her rib cage there. But two nice females. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Boardman. Up next in the ring for South Devon will be Class 896 Summer Yearling Heifers, a single entry. Here's the results on Class 895 Senior Heifer Calves. First place, 2178, Helena Fowler, Lewistown, Montana. Second, 2179, Alexandra Malore from Greeley, Colorado. Once again, 896, Class 896, single entry in the ring with our judge, Caleb Boardman from Blair Bay, Wyoming. Over on the Limousin side, in the ring at this time is Division II Championship. First place animals in from 792A and B. Here's the result on B. First place was 1075, Colton Barton, Jarrell, Texas. Our judge on that side, Craig Sand from Stillwater, Oklahoma.
May yearling here that for the young man, just a real moderate, easy fleshing cow, and impressive. He's got her bred to calve in February, so got her kind of clicked ahead and going to calve a couple months shy of 2 years, and that's impressive for the young man there. A heifer that's developing nicely for him. You'll maybe give her just a little extra stoutness as we watch her go away. She'll pull her hockey in just a little bit, but sure like the moderate, easy fleshing look and just cow look she gives us here from the side. So nice single entry. Congratulations to this young man.
Two very, very nice single entries here for this division, this fall division on the Limousin side. The November heifer here that won this first class, just an awesome silhouette. Heifer's really, really well balanced. I really like the way she gets out and moves. She's awesome footed. She's got tons of flex. Neck comes high out of her shoulder. I really like the way her shoulder transitions into her forerib. I'd maybe, if you're going to get nitpicking on her, I'd like to maybe drop her down in the bottom side of her heart girth there. But a heifer that's sure got some rib shape and some product behind when you study her from behind. Just an awful nice female. The heifer that won the September class, she's no slouch of her own. Heifer that's really, really intriguing when you study her on the standstill. Heifer that's got tremendous amount of rib shape. You study her from behind, she's got plenty down her top and into her quarter. I like her pin set. Heifer, I'd just like to maybe tidy her up there in the bottom part of her chest and maybe up in the bottom part of her neck. But a heifer that's really sound moving. She's good footed. Just a lot of nice things about him. I'm going to go ahead and use your November for champion and your September for reserve. Congratulations.
Here's a result on the Limousin Division 2 Division 2 Championship. Sorry, got off a line there. Your champion comes out of Class 792A, 1074. It is LFL Fiesta 8126 F Colt Parkinson, Levelland, Texas. Reserve comes out of 792B, that's 1075 LFL Fallen Angel 8114 FET Colton Barton, Jarrell, Texas. Up next to Limousin will be a single entry in a class that's a single within the Division 3, 793. Coming right next, born May 5th, 2018.
Just a really stout single entry here and on the South Devon side, a female that probably has just as much natural width and thickness, spring or rib as anything we've seen. Big-footed, heavy structure type of heifer. Still think reads right in terms of her condition out here relative to her age. Well, if we're going to change her when she gets out in motion, she'll duck her pins up underneath of her a little bit. Maybe wish she would just go a little softer there off her rear leg travel, but sure a lot of cow here in this female. Nice job to this young lady, another single entry class winner.
Catches up results on the South Devon side. We got two classes here. Up next, though, will be the South Devon Junior Heifer Drive. Classes 894A through 897. Going back to class 896, Summer Yearling Heifers, first place 2181. Levi Kramer, Columbus, Montana. And 897, first place 2184. Sierra Steinlicht from Valley Falls, Kansas. Once again in the ring, South Devon Junior Heifer selection with our judge Caleb Boardman of Laramie, Wyoming. Handing out the awards for the South Devon Junior Show is their junior ambassador, Jillian Kneep from Mount Ayr, Iowa. Thank you, Jillian.
Single entry again over here on the Limousin side. Heifer that's got some really nice pieces about her. She's big ribbed. I really like her underline and the flow it has in it. The heifer gets out and travels off her hind too, pretty nice. She's actually just a little bit, and it's hard to get this way anymore this day and age, but she's almost just a plenty soft pastern. For me, I'd like to maybe just heighten them up just a little bit, but a heifer that sure can get out and drive off them rear too. She wants to get just a stitch pigeon-toed up front when you study her, when she put her in motion, but a heifer that sure got some balance and eye appeal. A lot of nice things about her. I'd like to see her come back out here and get a little competition. Awful nice female. Congratulations.
On the Limousin side, here are the results on Class 793 and also your Division 3 Limousin Champion. First place in Champion 1077, Legacy's Fancy, Darian Rupert, Witt, Illinois. Up next, we move to a single entry class, 3 classes within the next Division 4. It's Class 794A, single entry once again. This one born April 25th, 2018. Class 794A, Limousin Female Division 4, first class of 3.
Another single entry over here on the Limousin side. Heifer that's got some interesting parts about her. You study her from behind. She's got plenty of muscle down her top and into her quarter. She's a really wide pin heifer. Heifer, I'd maybe just like to smooth her up in her underline, maybe clean her up in the bottom side of her chest. A heifer that can really get out and move and travel. She's standing on adequate bone. I really like her feet and her feet shape and size. A lot of good things about that female. Congratulations.
Result on Class 794A, Limousin. First place 1079. That is Colton Barton, Jarrell, Texas. Up next, 2 entries in Class 794B, our second class within Division 4. For the Limousin, our judge, Craig Sand from Stillwater, Oklahoma. Once again, over on the South Devon show ring, this is your South Devon Junior Heifer Grand and Reserve Grand Champion selection with our judge from Laramie, Wyoming, Caleb Boardman.
A really nice lineup over here on the South Devon side. On the purebred show, I think females that represent a lot of quality within the breed. Obviously, our numbers weren't huge out here today, but you look down the champion lineup, and these are good cattle that are made right on their feet and legs. They're cowy-bodied. They look like females, and yet they still have some presence and look like show heifers out here. And so I think a lot of good out here and a lot of heifers the breed should be proud of and these young people should be proud of. I think there's some variation in them. I talked to them quite a bit here all the way through, so I'm not going to go and describe every class winner again. I think, you have to decide on a couple. Are they maybe just quite good enough in their shoulder and up front? On a couple, are they just quite bold enough sprung, just stout enough from behind for you is the decisions we have to make out here as we're judging through them. But an awfully nice set. If you would, please put your hands together. Congratulate these junior exhibitors on a champion lineup.
Your grand champion, South Devon Junior heifer, comes out of Class 894D. That's 2170. JVM, Good Golly, Miss Molly, Emma Genick from Malin, Oregon. The reserve champion, South Devon Junior heifer, comes out of Class 894B. That's 2175. JVM, Giselle, 903G. Brandon Van Wyck from Grinnell, Iowa. Up next, we move to Class 898B heifer calves born May 1st and after. We have 6 classes in this Poundmaker Junior Heifer Division. So we move to Poundmakers, Class 898B heifer calves. Our judge once again, Caleb Boardman from Laramie, Wyoming. Guess we got a picture break on the South Devon show, but we'll resume with Poundmaker Class 898 in just a few moments.
Well, an interesting pair of females here on the Limousin side. I took a little extra time on these two. I think there's a lot of give and take here. Both heifers to me are just a little bit different type and kind. To me, I read this heifer I use. To me, she's a bold sprung, big ribbed, big backed heifer. Heifer I think that sure got enough bone, enough foot on her. She gets out and travels really sound. I'd like to maybe just pull her left knee into her just a little bit when you put her in motion. But a heifer that's got some really good things about her. She's really good hip. She's really smooth in her shoulder. Her neck comes out of her shoulder right. I'd maybe just like to tidy her up just a little bit on the bottom part of her neck there. But the heifer here that comes in the second to me, she's a little bit heavier constructed heifer. She's probably a little stouter in her pin width than the heifer I used. A little heavier bone. Heifer, the young man told me that the heifer got here and she's fighting a little hoof rot. But a heifer that's got some really nice things about her. I mean, she's bold sprung, she's stout, she's good bone, good footed. I'd like to maybe just smooth her top side of her neck up. She gets a little crestier in her neck shape for me. She's got plenty of chest floor for me also, but a heifer that sure got some really nice pieces about her. Two really nice females. Congratulations.
Here's the results on Class 794B, Limousin Female Division 4. First place, 1080, Callie Hicks, Midway, Kentucky. Second, 4418, Cade Ginsey from Hennepin, Illinois. Up next, the single entry for Class 794C, Limousin Female Division 4. Single entry. After this class, we'll have our Division 4 championship. Judge once again, Craig Sand from Stillwater, Oklahoma.
Another single entry over here on the Limousin side. Probably the stoutest made, biggest back heifer when you stand behind her. She's probably got the most product I've seen all day. Really big bone. I'd probably like to just loosen her up down there at the ground when you put her in motion. Maybe just make her just a touch more angular and soften her up in that center portion of her rib cage. But a heifer that's sure got some mass and some muscle about her. An interesting female if we get her back out here. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Sand. Here's the result on Class 794C. First place, 1081, Wiley Fanta, Starbuck, Minnesota. Bring back in our first and seconds from that middle class. These three class winners will be in the ring for the Division 4 Limousin Championship. Once again, our judge from Stillwater, Oklahoma, Craig Sand, grew up on a Limousin operation, a purebred cow-calf operation located in southern Wisconsin. Currently manages show and sale cattle at Griswold Cattle in Stillwater, Oklahoma. Craig Sand from Stillwater, Oklahoma, our judge for our Limousin show. Looks like we're set to resume on the South Devon Show, the National South Devon Show. It'll be the Poundmaker classes coming in the ring. Our judge, Caleb Boardman from Laramie, Wyoming. As we restart, it'll be Class 898B heifer calves born May 1st and after. We have 6 classes in this Poundmaker Junior Heifer Division.
The heifer that won that first class in this division, an interesting heifer. Heifer's really sound moving. She's big-footed. She's standing on adequate bone. You study her when you get behind her. She's got enough mass and volume to her. I'd like to maybe just smooth her up in her underline, maybe tidy her up in her navel just a little bit. Heifer that sure has some nice rib cage. A heifer I just maybe like to just smoosh her shoulder in just a little bit. She's a little bold in her shoulder, and maybe tidy her up in her chest floor. But a heifer that sure got some nice pieces. The heifer that won the next class, it was an interesting pair between the two. The heifer's really long, level topped, sound moving. I'd maybe just like to watch her left knee just a little bit. It wants to get out, roll a little bit when you put her in motion. A heifer, though, that sure is awesome underline. She's sure feminine up through that front 1/3. Just a lot of nice things about that female. The heifer that won the last class, like I said, heifer just a lot of mass and muscle to her. I'd probably like just to soften her up in the center part of her rib cage, maybe soften her up just down there at the ground on her pasterns, but a heifer that's got a lot of meat and muscle to her. 3 nice heifers. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Division 4 Limousin Champion comes out of Class 794B. That's 1080 TASF Whiskey 222 FET. Callie Hicks, Midway, Kentucky. That'll bring 4418 into consideration from reserve.
Here on the South Devon side, starting the Poundmaker show, and 2 nice heifers, a little different their type and kind, and have quite a bit of trade-offs, like a little square hip and boulder sprung rib cage of the gold heifer here to go ahead and lead off. You know, she maybe is just a little bunchier in her muscle pattern, gets a click short there out of her hip, but I sure like just how bold and stout she is. She's got a little more natural thickness to her, and I like her hip and hind leg out in motion, just in terms of staying just a click square, just a little bigger in her foot size relative to her bone work there. Now the little longer, more feminine females here in second. Sure like the length of that female's neck and how it sits out of the top side of her shoulder. I think she's constructed pretty good in the set to her shoulder and the backward slope of her knee. We'd like to just change her for me right in behind her shoulder and her forerib just a click, but as much as anything there out of her hip and her hind leg when we set her out in motion, just make her a little more secure as she goes. But 2 nice females. Congratulations to those young ladies.
Gets the results on that South Devon show in just a moment. Going back to Limousin side, Division 4 Limousin Reserve Champion was 4418. That's out of 7094B, same as your champion, TASF Peyton 212F, Cade Ginsini from Hennepin, Illinois. Up next on Limousin side with our judge our judge Craig Sand from Stillwater, Oklahoma, is our first class in the next Division 1 Lim-Flex 795A. 795A, Lim-Flex coming in the ring next. Over on the South Devon side, for the first Poundmaker Class 898B, heifer calves born May 1st and after. First place, 2197, Hannah Ganek from Malin, Oregon. Second, 2196, Carly McCracken, Alva, Oklahoma. Up next in the ring with our judge, Caleb Boardman from Laramie, Wyoming, is Class 898B heifer calves, our second class of 6 within the Poundmaker Junior Heifer Division. These will be calves, heifer calves born April 1st through April 30th, 2019.
Again, a pair of cattle that have quite a bit of trade-off, and going to leave them as they stand and mainly let them sort as they circled for us out here. And I like the hip and hind leg structure, just the softness of hind leg and set to her pasture. And this heifer we're going to lead off with. I wish she was just a little stouter. She needs a little more natural thickness as we stand behind these cattle and just stouten her up through her pin set and even through her stifle just a little bit to help her balance. But I do like her moderate frame size. She's sure a little softer back through her rear rib and flank, and just balance is just a shot better out here today. Now the heifer that's a little longer up front comes with just a shot more foot and bone and just natural thickness and muscles, this heifer in second. And I think if she'll come with time and soften up and balance out just a little better in her lower body relative to her frame size, that'll help her. Big thing that sorted it for me is she'll get just a little upright in that rear pasture, and she sits down just a little harder at the ground than the heifer we lead off with. But a heifer with a lot of unique breeding pieces there for the young lady. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Over on the Limousin side, just want to correct myself. We haven't moved to the Lim-Flex yet. This is your overall Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Limousin selection, Division 1 through 4. Champion reserves are in the ring. Back over on the South Devon side. Your result on Class 898B heifer calves, April. First place, 2176. Brandon Van Wyk from Grinnell, Iowa. Second place, 2195, Jaylene Young, Klamath Falls, Oregon. In the ring, 898C, heifer calves born in March. That's on the South Devon side.
And two nice red pound makers for these young people, and leave them as they stand. I really like this heifer up front, one that's as good on her feet and legs as what we've seen. She's really correct in her foot shape, sound structured, a female that's real cowy in her body shape, yet feminine ahead of her shoulder, laid in right to the plane of her body, and just really correct all the way through. You know, maybe could have just a click more performance, but I think plenty, and just kind of fits in really nice there. Big extended female here that sure long-bodied and got a lot of length of spine, a lot of length of hip here. A female would just like to soften her forerib, let her just drop down on her flank and change her in the shape of her rear foot there just to square her hoof shape up just a little there for the young man, but a nice cow prospect. Congratulations to both these exhibitors.
Before we get the results on South Devon, let's go down and get the results on this overall Grand Champion limousine selection with our judge, Craig Sand from Stillwater, Oklahoma.
Well, not a lot of numbers over here in the limousine side, but I sure do think we got some quality. The heifer calf that I use in that division, a heifer to me, she's bold sprung, she's stout, I love her hip, I love her hind leg. Heifer, I'd maybe just like to heighten her up in her blade there. She wants to run it downhill just ever so slightly. She has just a little bit of shoulder. I'd like to maybe just set her back in her knee there when she's on the standstill, but a heifer that's got some really good things about her, a lot of good pieces about that female. Heifer that won the second division, the biggest bone, one of the biggest bone, probably the biggest footed heifer out here. Heifer's tremendous feet and legs, super, super sound, really elegant up through that front 1/3. I just love her body and balance and hip and hind leg. Just a lot of nice things about that female also. Big future with that female. The heifer that won the third division, heifer that, like I said, in division, she's got plenty of softness to pastern, almost just borderline too much for me, but that's a hard trait to come by this day and age, but I do appreciate it. Heifer that's really big bodied. She has some, when you study her from behind, she has some mass to her. A heifer, I'd maybe just like to heighten her up in her pins, maybe square her up hooks to pins a little bit, tidy her up in the bottom side of that chest floor, but an awful nice female. Heifer that won the last division, like I've been saying, a heifer that's intriguing. Heifer's really bold sprung. She's really good in her underline. I really like the way she gets out and travels. She's super sound. I'd like to maybe, once in a while, she'll roll that left knee just a little bit if you catch her just right. But a heifer that's got a lot of nice things. She's really level top. She's square hip. She's long hip. She's really flat and smooth in her shoulder. I'd maybe just like to lengthen her up, I guess, from her pole to the top of her blade. But a heifer that's really got some nice things about her. With that being said, I'm going to go out and select your champion, reserve champion limousine heifer. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Another nice pair of heifers here on the South Devon side, and use the young man here in the Vest heifer to win. Two of the better heifers that have come in, I really like them in terms of their foot shape and just squareness. Females that just have a lot of potential and read right relative to their age. Heifer up front just balances a little better. She's got a little extra flesh on her today. She's certainly a little deeper in her heart. She's certainly got a little more maternal sweep back from her navel back into her flank line. That heifer is sure acting up, but her angles read right up to her shoulder, length of hip, set to her hock and pastern all read very correct. Maybe not just quite as long-necked as the heifer in second. A heifer that I do like the shape of her neck just a little better, though. This heifer in second's a little stouter. She's a little bigger boned female that you get here to a 3/4 view, and you like that outward turn to her rib cage. She's got a big top and hip laid in her. Female that right now, relative to her frame off to the side, isn't just quite as soft or cowy in her look through her center body, but one that's certainly functional. Again, got a lot of neat pieces to breed around for the young man. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Over on the South Devon side, I'll catch up on results. Up next in the ring will be Class 898 senior heifer calves born between August and December 2018. Going back to Class 898C heifer calves, first place 2194, Shelby Krebs, Little Falls, Minnesota. That's a change to the program. That's that donation heifer. Second place 2193, Chase D. Terry, Winchester, Kansas. Class 898D heifer calves, first place 2191, Wiley Fanta, Starbuck, Minnesota. Second place 2192, Kyle Strandberg, Maynard, Minnesota. Once again in the ring on the South Devon side, Class 898 senior heifer calves. 2 entries. Over on the Limousin side, your overall grand champion Limousin female comes out of the second division. That's 1074 Fiesta, Colt Parkinson, Levelland, Texas. The overall reserve grand champion Limousin female is 1080. That's out of the Division 4. That's TASF Whiskey, Kelly Hicks, Midway, Kentucky. Now we move to Lim-Flex after pictures, looks like. Move to Lim-Flex after pictures on the Limousin side.
You know, we're going to leave the pair of cattle over on the South Devon side as they came in the ring and used the black heifer to lead off. Female, I like the just length and shape at the top side of her neck just a little bit better. She's a little deeper right there in the middle portion of her rib. Biggest thing for me, again, when we circle these cattle, I like the angle of her shoulder, how it lays into her body, and just the squareness of her foot shape and claw set off her rear leg, just a little bit better than our red heifer. Red heifer, when we get her stuck, tremendously bold in her upper rib. She comes just a little stouter and squarer out to her pin set. She'll open up just a little at the base of her shoulder and get a little tighter in her knee. She gets a little longer and shallower, a little shallower heeled and longer toed there off her rear too when we set her in motion. And to me, that's what separated the pair was when we got them out on the lead. But 2 really nice heifers. Congratulations again.
There's a result on Class 898E senior heifer calves born August and December 2018. First place 2190, Wade Kramer, Columbus, Montana. Second 2189, Emma Ganek from Malin, Oregon. Up next, our last class in the Poundmaker Junior Heifer Division, 898F Junior Yearling Heifers born January 1st and through April 30th, 2018. 4 entries in the last class before our Poundmaker Junior Heifer Grand Champion Drive. After that, we'll have our Showmanship classes. Then we'll get into the Open show on the South Devon side and switch judges.
That first class was an automatic junior calf champion in reserve, so Avery Kimball had the junior calf champion, and Tate Williams had the reserve.
Really nice single entry we've got out here in these red baldy, and one that I think sure is broody and powerful in terms of the type and kind. A female you sure love how snappy-minted she is. She's one that's big-footed, she's big-boned, yet still clean in terms of her joints. I like her over the top side of the skeleton when it's natural width and thickness. She works, she'll get back, and she's real set wide in terms of her pin set. You can change this female ever so slightly. We'd like to lean her up just a touch. She wants to be a little shorter and thicker about her neck, but I think that's being nitpicky out of one that's got that much power and potential to her. Nice single entry out here. Congratulations to you.
Thank you. Winning class 724 is entry number 426, CBF Miss Amber F12, owned by Jaden Smith of Rosebud, Arkansas. And she is also your automatic senior calf champion beef builder heifer. Now coming into the ring, we have the first place heifers of those two classes to select our grand champion beef builder heifer.
Two really nice females we've got out here in the drive, and I think they're both a little bit different in terms of their type and kind. And the heifer we've got up front, young lady's got, and the black heifer out here, one that I think is really eloquent through that front end. She's clean through her throat latch and down through her chest floor. One that I really like her when she gets out and goes. She's really good in terms of her running gear. She's loose in her spine. Real function the way that she's put together. The heifer right behind her in the red baldy out here is one that I love her in terms of power and buildiness and body. She's one with sure stout features. She's got a lot of good things going for her. I think you've got some trade-offs out here. The heifer that suits me the best out here today in terms of soundness and being so feminine, so crisp and straight in her lines is going to be the young lady up front up here with the black heifer. Congratulations to you.
Nice set of big bred heifers here, and to me the red heifer won pretty handily out of four nice females. She's just so correct and is set to her shoulder and knee. I think she reads as fresh as anything at the top side of her neck and the top side of her skeleton. She's got a little chest in her, I understand. We could clean her up there, but you get behind these cattle, she's still bold and true in her body shape. She's square in her foot shape. She tracks out and meets her step, gives you a nice look from the side. To me, the decision was here in 2 and 3 cattle that are completely different. Just a big, stout brood cow prospect here in 2. Big bone, big footed type of female that's so big and soggy rib. One that's a little heavier conditioned, a little cresty up the top side of her neck. To me, she'll open in her shoulder, and that's why she can't rival our class winner. I do like her heart and her flank just a little better. This heifer here is not going to calve for about 4 months past the heifer in front of us, so she obviously isn't going to have the turn to her lower body. She's just not quite as mature and as a younger heifer out here, but still reading through her, I do wish she was just a little bolder right there in her heart, a little softer in her flank. But you want to talk about making one good looking from the side, well presented, love her feet and legs. That's an awfully high quality female. Real cowy female here that's easy flesh, and you like her depth of heart and flank, and a female that'll make it an easy flesh and brood cow out in production. I think one that maybe just gets a little heavier conditioned out here. She's just a little shorter coupled. Get behind her, she just doesn't read quite as true from her hooks to her pins down into her stifle and base width from behind, but an awfully nice low input female there to be in 4th. So 4 nice bred females. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Up next, Poundmaker Junior Heifer Division Championship. Then our showmanship classes. Here's the result on Class 898F. First place, 2187, Emma Ganek from Malin, Oregon. Second, 2185, Kyle Strandberg from Maynard, Minnesota. Third, 2188, Travis Moniz from Princeton, California. Fourth, 2186, Sierra Steinlicht from Valley Falls, Kansas. As I mentioned, the ring next, your Grand Champion Poundmaker Junior Heifer selection. Our judge, once again, Caleb Boardman from Laramie, Wyoming, a graduate of Texas A&M. He grew up on a commercial Sim-Angus operation. His wife is Kylie, and they have a son named Cash. He's the current judging coach and lecturer in animal science at the University of Wyoming. Go Cowboys. Caleb Boardman from Laramie, Wyoming is our judge for this Grand Champion Poundmaker Junior Heifer and Reserve Grand Champion selection. First and seconds back in the ring from classes 898B through F.
So those are our major sponsors for the junior show. We've got belt buckles for our Showmanship champions and for our Grand Reserve in both of these divisions. As well, we've got nice leather banners for a lot of the winners. So we really appreciate all that our sponsors have done to bring this junior show to Denver.
Looks like we're going to get back underway here on the Lim-Flex side. It'll be our first class 795A Lim-Flex Females Division 1. 2 entries, our judge Craig Sand from Stillwater, Oklahoma.
Well, another really nice lineup over here on the South Devon side in our Poundmaker show, and we got 6 first-place heifers out here that I think just represent nice cattle. Again, good on their feet and legs. They're great in their body shape. They've got some natural thickness. And although our numbers weren't just huge out here today, I sure think we saw some nice cattle that represent good cattle regardless of breed, and ones that can go forward and hopefully push the breed forward as they go through, whether they're on the percentage side or the purebred side here for these young people. So I know we've got showmanship left here, and that's always nice to see at a national show, and I'll enjoy working with the young people. But sure I've enjoyed working through these heifers this morning. My wife and son came down with me, and it's the best thing that we can have our young people involved with out here, and sure appreciate them coming down, supporting me. And my son turns 2 next month, and as soon as he can get in the show ring, he will. And we've got twins due in June, and they'll be the same way. So we'll have lots of future showmen, and we'll get them here in the middle of the ring to be able to enjoy this. And such a neat experience for these young people to be out here at the National Western Stock Show under the bright lights and being able to exhibit in a champion drive. So if you would, please put your hands together, congratulate these young people, make them feel special for making it back out here under the bright lights in the champion show. I'll select you a Grand and Reserve champion.
Once again, those comments from our judge from Laramie, Wyoming, Caleb Boardman.
Young man's heifer calf that comes out next is one that's smooth-shouldered. She's long-fronted, real straight and strong in terms of her top lines. She's right out here today when she got going. She's maybe
Grand Champion Poundmaker Junior heifer comes from Class 898F, 2187, HMG Fatty Patty. Emma Gannett from Malin, Oregon. That'll move 2185 in Exhibition Reserve.
She's big bone, she's big-footed, yet really clean in terms of her joints. I love how level and square she is out through her hip. She's one for me. If we could change her, we'd like to extend her out through her front end just a touch. And the female we round the class off with, you like the size, the scale, the performance she's got to go with that. She's one that just gets a little bit off balance out here today. We'd like to smooth her up through her front end. We'd like to level and square out through those pins. Nice set of females out here. Congratulations to you.
Thank you. First placed in that class goes to Michael Lehman from Leroy, Kansas on QPG Miss Katniss G011. Second place, Gavin Scouten, Piedmont, Kansas on BLC Courtney 434G. Third place went to
Reserve Champion Poundmaker Junior heifer is 2191 out of Class 898D, Royal Godiva. Royal Godiva, sorry, Wiley, Fanta, Starbuck, Minnesota. Up next, we'll go to Showmanship.
On ALL is Gina G543.
Oh, over here on the Limousin side, we just started the Lim-Flex show. Oh, an interesting pair of heifers here in the first class. It's a little give and take for me. The heifer here, when she gets out and travels, she's sound moving, she's good footed. She has some shoulder to her. She's pretty stout when you study her from behind. I'd like to maybe drop her down in her rib cage and give her a little more center body when you make her transition out and balance up just a little bit better, but a heifer that's got some awful nice parts. The heifer that comes into second, to me, it's give and take. There's things I like about this heifer a little better than the one that exceeds her, but this one here, I guess, to me, she gets a little steep from the point of her shoulder to the ground when you put her in motion. She wants to get a little bit up in her top when she drives off her rear too. A heifer sure that has some show ring presence, some eye appeal and balance about her. I'd maybe just like to drop her down in her flank region. A heifer that really moves really well off her rear two. I'd just like to free her up on her first two. An interesting pair of females. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Sand. Here's the results on our first class 795A, Lim-Flex Female Division 1. First place, 1083, Madison Craig, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Second, 1084, Rowdy Berry, Port Orchard, Washington. Up next, we'll move to class 795B, Lim-Flex Female Division 1. 3 entries in this next class. Judge once again, Craig Sand from Stillwater, Oklahoma. Well, we got just a moment. I'd like to thank our stadium arena sponsors once again here at the National Western. They include Saunders Construction. Saunders was locally founded in 1972 and is now one of the largest and most stable construction.
It all starts with a dream, which turns into dedicating early mornings, late nights, long days in the show barn, and thousands of miles traveling down the road to the next one. The hours, sweat, and perseverance put into achieving these aspirations seem small in comparison to the bigger picture as it becomes a reality. And although you believed you were working toward the goal of banners and buckles, you later realize it was for something much more. Leaving your legacy isn't easy. It takes hard work, dedication, and a never-give-up attitude. But it's within these moments that champions are defined and dreams come true. Sullivan Supply, helping you build your legacy.
Female here in third is one you sure like her in terms of how fresh designed she is. When I say that, she's just right in terms of her condition for this stage of the game. Done a good job of getting her shown and presented out here today. She's one for me. She wants to be shorter face. She wants to be shorter necked. We'd like to see that neck tied just a touch higher and smoother right at the top side of her shoulder blade. And the black heifer we've got to round the class off with. Really smooth fronted, really lean down through that chest floor. She gives up a little bit in terms of bone, in terms of stoutness out here.
Over on the South Devon Show ring, we have Senior Showmanship in the ring, Senior Showmanship in the ring. And then we have Junior Showmanship. And then we will start the open show with a new judge for the South Devon's National Show.
Maribel 454G. Second place, Colt Pittman, Canadian Texas, with Miss CEF 996. Third place, Rowdy Etchison from Headley, Texas, with JBB Janali 996G. And fourth place, Jose Antonio Nunez from Amherst, Texas, on JBB Gentry 989G. Now coming into the ring will be our January 2019 class, and we have 3 entries.
Good class here over here on the Limousin side. The heifer I started with, she kind of wins this class pretty handedly. A heifer that's really, really intriguing when she walked in. Heifer's awesome center rib cage. I love the sweep to her belly. I love her top line, wide pin, square hip, sound moving. Neck comes straight out of the top of her shoulder, really wild up through the bottom part of that neck. Awfully, awfully intriguing, really nice female. The red heifer that comes into second, to me, it's a little give and take for the next two. I use the red heifers. To me, she's got a little more performance, maybe a little more muscle, a little more mass to her. A heifer, to me, I'd like to just maybe loosen her up on her rear too when you put her in motion, maybe drop her down in the center part of her body cavity. But a heifer that's sure good top, she's good hip, she's got some muscle shape to her. Heifer that's sure plenty big and plenty wolfy for a May heifer. But nice pieces about that female. The heifer that rounds out the class, to me, she just gives up overall mass and dimension and power compared to the two that run in front of her. A heifer that's sure green in her overall makeup. Heifer that's good top, she's good hip, she's really good off her rear too. I'd really like just to drop her down in her center part of her rib cage. I'd like to maybe give her a little base width in the bottom of that chest floor when she's coming at you. A heifer that might get a little steep from the point of that shoulder to the ground, but a heifer is a really wild neck. Her neck comes way high out of the top side of her shoulder. She's really flat through that front 1/3. Heifer just needs a little more condition, a little more punch, probably to run any higher today, but a nice female.
With all that, she's sound in terms of running gear, big middle, she's stout in terms of the way she's featured, but still yet beautifully up through that front end and very feminine in terms of her appearance out here. I like that one an awful lot. Congratulations to you. Heifer that comes out next And the young lady's heifer is one that's big boned out here. She's a big hip kind of a female. She wants to be off in her pin set. We'd like to crank that tail head set up there just a touch higher and relax her in terms of her spine when she goes. But you like the body volume, like the power that goes with that. And a female around
Over the
class
Lim-Flex
office,
side,
great
Class
neck, she's very
795B,
shoulder
first
out
place
here. She's
1087.
strong in terms of her
Macy
top line.
Ratliff,
She's one for me that just
Westphalia,
goes up a little
Kansas.
bit in terms of
Second,
power and
1085,
performance out here.
Aubrey
Really nice
Sturgeon,
females.
Rocky,
Congratulations to
Oklahoma.
you.
Third, 1086, Hannah Hooper. Hannah Hooper, Hale Center, Texas. Up next, Class 795C Lim-Flex Female Division 1.
First place went to
Looks like we got
Robert Conroy
4
III
in this next class.
from Canton,
Scratch
Texas,
in your
on
programs is
J.B.
1092.
905
Scratch on
G.
1092.
Second place to Cambry Pittman, Canadian, Texas, on Ms. HHR Gabby. And third place, Jose Antonio Munoz from Amherst, Texas, on JBB Gianella 925G. We'll now be bringing in the winners from those first 3 classes to show for Junior Calf Champion in our Devon Junior Show, full-bred, purebred heifers.
I think you've got 3 really nice class winners out here in contention for Junior Champion, out here Junior Calf Champion. We've got the female that came out of our first class, as we talked about her before, one that's so feminine and fresh in the way that she's made. She's the right size for her age out here. She's one that's sure stout-featured, and you sure like all the good things she's got. Female that's smooth-shouldered, that blends back in with her body so well. She handles her top line and her spine so nice and smooth and loose. Female right behind her is one we sure like the spring and shape she's got to her rib, real fresh and crisp in terms of the way that she's made. And the female, the young man's leading out back there that just came out of our last class, one that I think's awfully good out here. I think she's so different by design, and she's so powerful in terms of the way that she's constructed. She covers a lot of bases out here for me. She's one that I think's probably going to have a bright future, not only in the show ring, but as a cow. Young man down there in the end, we're going to go ahead and make you champion. Congratulations to you.
Our Junior Calf Champion in the Devon Junior Show is entry number 400, Robert Conroy IV, on JBB Gala 905G. Now we're bringing in the second place heifer from class 718. And our reserve champion in the junior calf division is entry number 412, QPG, Miss Katniss, G011. Congratulations. Now coming into the ring is class 719, heifers calved in September, October, and November of 2018. And the first and second place heifers in this class will be your Junior Show Senior Calf Champion and Reserve Senior Calf Champion.
Well, over here on the Limousin side, a very interesting class of females. The heifer I started with, she hit me pretty hard when she walked in. A heifer that's really, really well balanced, really eye appealing. I love the way her neck comes high out of her shoulder. I love the way she gets out and travels. She's big footed, she's sound, she's good bone, she's good hooks to pin, she's got enough top rib shape, she's got good spring of rib, awfully nice female. Heifer that comes into second sure isn't a slouch at all. Heifer, I guess to me, she isn't quite as wow factor, maybe in that front 1/3 is the heifer that exceeds her, but a heifer that's awful level topped. She's big bodied. I love her underline. I'd maybe just, once in a while you'll catch her out here, I'd like to maybe just soften her up on her past or rear too, just ever so slightly, but she's big footed, she's good off her front too, she's plenty sound. Heifer that she just kind of ran into one that's got a lot of wow factor to her. I'd like to maybe just tidy her up right on the bottom part of her chest if you're going to get really nitpicking on an awfully nice female. Heifer that comes into third, it's a shame. She just ran into them two. Them two are awfully good. The heifer here, just a lot of nice things. She's good bodied, she's big back, she's stout when you study her from behind. She's really sound moving, she's on adequate bone. I'd like to maybe clean her up in the bottom part of her neck and maybe tidy her up in her chest floor. She's got a little condition up there for me, but I think it'll go out and make this young man a tremendous female in the pasture. Awful good female. The heifer that rounds out the class, she just maybe gives up her overall power and pizzazz compared to some of them in front of her. A heifer that's sure got some nice things. She's level top, she's good hip, she has some muscle, she's good footed. I'd maybe just like to open her up in the bottom part of her chest floor. She gets a little narrow in her base width when you study her from the front. Heifer, the top half of her neck is really elegant and really sleek. If it just needs to transcend and clean up maybe in the bottom part of her chest, but an awful nice female to round out the class. Congratulations.
Next in the ring will be class 721. Junior yearling heifers calved from January to April 2018.
There's results on Class 795C. First place 1095, Kinnick Polson, Preston, Iowa. That's on the Lim-Flex side, Class 795C. Second place 1094, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. And third 1089, Ben Spencer, Gibbon, Nebraska. Fourth 1093, Hannah Hooper, Hale Center, Texas. And the scratch in the class was 1092. And your programs and placings are 3, scratch, 4, 2, 1. Up next, 3 entries coming in the ring for Class 795D, Lim-Flex Female Division 1. 795D, Birth dates range from March 1st through March 8th, 2019. Our judge, Craig Sand from Stillwater, Oklahoma.
We'll also recognize our bronze sponsors at this time, and those include Bagley Farms Incorporated.
And over on the South Devon side in the ring, this is senior showmanship. Exhibitors 15 to 21.
And Rock Creek Brownby.
Judge Caleb Boardman from Laramie, Wyoming.
Sponsorships and giving these prizes and the premium money for the kids.
I like an interesting top pair we've got in this class, and I think we've got some trade-offs out here, and I could see guys going different ways in these top two. The female we're going to start off with, for me out here today, I think she's stronger top, she's smoother shouldered, I think she's trimmer down through her chest floor. If I could put the body we've got on the second place heifer and that first place heifer, I think she'd be awfully cool. And that's where I see the one hole in her. I'd like to see more depth and more spring to the lower and center portions of her body and give her more sweep and spring. After that, that's a good hip, good legged female that sure is good shouldered and gives you a real fresh, complete kind of a look out here that balances up so well. Love the body and the power we've got in the second place female out here. She's got plenty of base width to her. She's sound on her feet and legs. Where I see those two heifers trade off a little bit for me is she wants to break behind her shoulders. She gets a little bit higher and closer in that tail head set. We like to smooth her out and just balance her up just a touch. Really nice pair we've got here to round the class off with. And I think this is what it's all about. You've got a great cow that's got a beautiful udder to her. She's doing a good job of that baby calf inside. We just like to stouten her up just a touch, but she's doing a good job for that calf. Really nice group we've had out here, an awfully competitive class. Congratulations to you.
Thank you. In that January through April class, first place goes to Jalen Smith with Miss RDF Lulu 960F. Second place is Tanner Williams from Perryton, Texas with Miss Miss BBB 832. And third place is Coy Pittman.
Another nice class of Limousin females over here on the Limousin side. The heifer I used to start this class, she kind of comes to the top pretty handedly. About as nice a balanced one from the side as I've seen all day. Heifer just awesome in her shoulder. Neck comes high out of her shoulder. She's big boned. She's big footed. She's got plenty of rib cage. I love her hip. I like the way her tail head sits down in her. Just a lot of nice things about that female. Congratulations. The heifer that comes into second sure isn't no slouch. The heifer just run into one lat good. It's hard to get around them. But the heifer, to me, she's really long, level top. Her neck comes high out of her shoulder. Her neck's really flat when you study it from behind. She's got plenty of shape down her top and into her quarter. She's sound moving. She's big-footed. I'd just like to maybe drop her down in her rib cage, maybe just ease her tail head down into her to run with that heifer and exceeds her. The heifer that rounds out the class to me, she's a little thicker neck, maybe a little shorter in her neck from the point of her shoulder up to the top of her pole. A heifer that's sure got some muscle. She's big-footed. She's sound moving. She's got good rib shape. Heifer just needs to be tidied up in that front 1/3, probably to run with them 2 heifers in front of her. Awfully nice class of females. Congratulations.
Over on the Lim-Flex side, here's results on Class 795D. First place, 1098, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second, 1100, Brady Edge, West Branch, Iowa. Third, 1104, Dalton Carlson, Julesburg, Colorado. Placing your program are 1, 2, 3. Up next, 3 entries for Class 795E, Lim-Flex Female Division 1, born February 17th through February 24th, 2019. Our judge, Craig Sand from Stillwater, Oklahoma. And over on the other side of the show ring, we are in the showmanship portion, the senior showmanship, with our judge, Caleb Boardman from Laramie, Wyoming. Once again, these are exhibitors that are ages 15 to 21. After this, we'll have junior showmanship. Then we'll get into the open show.
I'm proud to own any one of them out here because I think they're the kind for these juniors that are going to go on and make good cows for them and have a real bright future. We've talked them all in class. We've talked them all in division. I'll go out and take one more look and select you a champion reserve. Before we do that, let's give another big round of applause. We look forward to showmanship, and thank you for having me here today.
Congratulations to Jordan Walker from Tecumseh, Oklahoma, on her Grand Champion heifer in the Junior Show Full-Bred Purebred Division, BLC Wicked Witch 371F. Our reserve grand champion is entry number 400, Robert Conway IV from Canton, Texas, on JBB Gala 905G. Congratulations to both of those youth.
Well, a great group of senior showmen and a pretty big heat out here, but really good all the way top to bottom of these young people. And I think we're just going to select a grand and reserve out here, so we're not going to line them up. I will just select a grand and reserve, but went through and visited with each one of them, and it was sure a good experience and a lot of confident young people out here. Asked them, you know, if another breeder came up from a different breed, and asked them why they were showing South Devon cattle, what to kind of help promote the breed and what the strengths of the breed are. And you got a lot of great advocates within the breed here, and the breed's in good standings with these young people out here because they sure know the ins and outs of the breeds. They'd be confident in trying to explain to a fellow breeder why they should look at this breed of cattle and the benefits that they can have, especially in a crossbreeding scheme. So really nice set of showmen out here. Sure enjoyed visiting with them. If you would, please put your hands together, give them a nice round of applause, and I'll go select your grand and reserve senior showman.
Your senior showman, Travis Moniz, and your reserve, Helena Fowler. Up next, junior showmanship with our judge, Caleb Boardman from Laramie, Wyoming. These will be exhibitors ages 9 to 14.
Good class of February heifers over here on the Limousin side. The heifer I started off with, to me, she's the combination heifer of the three. The heifer is probably the biggest for her age. She has the most to her. A heifer that's sound moving. She's good footed. She's square pinned. I like her hip structure. She's long spine. I'd like to maybe drop her down in her center cavity just a little bit, but her neck comes high out of her shoulder. I think there's a lot of good pieces about that female. The heifer that comes into second, to me, she just gives up an overall performance and punch, I guess, compared to the heifer that exceeds her. Heifer that's got good center body, neck's long and flat.
It all starts with a dream, which turns into dedicating early mornings, late nights, long days in the show barn, and thousands of miles traveling down the road to the next one. The hours, sweat, and perseverance put into achieving these aspirations seem small in comparison to the bigger picture as it becomes a reality. And although you believed you were working toward the goal of banners and buckles, you later realized it was for something much more. Leaving your legacy isn't easy. It takes hard work, dedication, and a never-give-up attitude. But it's within these moments that champions are defined and dreams come true. Sullivan Supply, helping you build your legacy.
We have this class and another one, and then we'll have our first division championship. Your program placings are 2, 3, 1 on that last class. Over on the other side for the South Devon, our judge Caleb Boardman in the ring with the junior showman. Junior showmanship in the ring, exhibitors 9 to 14 years of age. After this class, we'll get into the open show for the South Devon.
I'll give one more thank you to our platinum sponsors, and each of these sponsors gave $1,000 for the junior show sponsorship, for our premiums for the kids, and for the belt buckles and the leather banners that they get. And those were Cedar Bluff Farm from Missouri, Jim Looney Welding from Texas, Quailpass Genetics from Missouri, and the gala sponsoring members from Texas, well, mostly Texas. And those gala sponsoring members included Alleluia Acres Brandy, All Good Show Cattle, Brickyard Brandy, Dave and Phyllis Ellenberg, Michael and Nancy Farmer, J-Bar Brandy, R&D Farms, Rocking H Cattle Company, and WW Cattle Company. Thank you.
If we could, let's give these juniors out here a big round of applause on Showmanship. They did a great job, and sometimes the cattle are getting tired of this stage of the game out here. And I always do Showmanship a little different. I talk to them one-on-one about some things that I see that we could change. I've got a son at home. My youngest is 9 and just started showing, so I can relate to this age group because it seems like Sunday we were down there doing Showmanship. And the one thing that I've told some of these little guys, and I do with my youngest, when you got these big animals out here and they can have a mind of their own sometimes, is try to slowly walk them into place, scratch on them to keep right going. But they did a great job from top to bottom out here. Good set of cattle, great set of kids. I think they've got a bright future in the show ring. Let's give them another big round of applause. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to all of you. First place and receiving a belt buckle and a leather banner over here coming out of the ring is Colt Pittman from Canadian, Texas. Congratulations, Colt. Second place leading out is Tanner Williams from Perrington, Texas, and she will receive also a leather banner. Third place, hold the box. Third place is Annabelle Raymond from Leroy, Texas, and Annabelle also gets a leather banner. And fourth place, you're doing a great job, Cambry Pittman from Canadian, Texas. And Cambry is also helping us out with our ribbon distribution, and she's done that for a couple or 3 years already now, and she is a great help at all of the shows that we go to. Now coming in the ring is our intermediate showmanship. These youth are 11 to 14 years old as of January 1st, 2020. And I think we've probably got 5 kids in here. And kind of a testament to these kids, every junior that showed in our junior show is going to compete in showmanship. And we didn't ask them, we didn't tell them to, they all wanted to. So we really
Four very good junior showmen out here doing a great job as well, getting these cattle presented. And as I end the junior show here, sure enjoyed my time. Thanks to the South Devon Association and National Western for letting me come and sort them up on the hill. Always enjoy any chance I get to come down and work with the youth at Denver. It's a great time and a lot of fun sorting here in the big ring up here. So sure appreciate the opportunity and the chance to do it. Great junior South Devon show on the junior side. I'm sure the Open show will be the same way. So wrap it up again. Thank you very much. If you would, please give these 4 young exhibitors a nice round of applause, and I'll shake hands at Grand and Reserve.
Over here on the Limousin side, a nice class of females here. Heifer I started off with, to me, she's the combination heifer. Just ultra big bodied. She's smooth in her silhouette. She's good hipped. She's good boned. She's sound moving. I like the way her neck comes high out of her shoulder. She's really choke and sharp looking up through that top side of that neck and into that head. Heifer, if I get nitpicking on her, I'd maybe just like to ease her down just ever so slightly on her tail head. But a heifer, you stand behind that one. She's wide pin, and there is a lot to that female. Awfully good female to start this class. The heifer that comes behind her is no slouch in her own right. Heifer that's good rib shape. She's sound moving. She's good footed. She might just give up a little performance and maybe punch compared to the heifer that exceeds her. A heifer that might be a little greener in her overall makeup compared to the heifer that exceeds her, but a heifer that's really well balanced from the side. She gets out and travels. She's sound moving. I'd maybe just like to rise her up there in her loin. She wants to get a little soft in her loin when you put her in motion, but a heifer that's got some good things. The heifer that rounds out the class is nice female. She's sound moving female. She's big rib. She's long spine. She's got some muscle shape to her. Her neck comes out of her shoulder right. She just carrying a little extra condition in the bottom side of that neck and up into the bottom side of that neck up into the bottom side of that neck and up through that jaw there. But a heifer that's got some interesting things about her. Congratulations.
Catch up on results here. Go back over to the junior showmanship for the South Devon. Your junior showman grand champion Wade Kramer. Reserve champion junior showman Sierra Steinlicht. We'll now move to the open show on that side of the show ring. Our judge will be Angela Visco from Winnemucca, Nevada. Tell you more about Angela in just a few moments. And we'll get our first class in. It'll be Class 101 Summer Heifer Calves on that side. Back over on the Lim-Flex Class 795F. Here's the results. First place, 11-11. Macy Ratliff, Westphalia, Kansas. Second, 11-15. Kyson Ghana, Martell, Nebraska.
It all starts with a dream, which turns into dedicating early mornings, late nights, long days in the show barn, and thousands of miles traveling down the road to the next one. The hours, sweat, and perseverance put into achieving these aspirations seem small in comparison to the bigger picture as it becomes a reality. And although you believed you were working toward the goal of banners and buckles, you later realized it was for something much more. Leaving your legacy isn't easy. It takes hard work, dedication, and a never give up attitude. But it's within these moments that champions are defined and dreams come true. Sullivan Supply, helping you build your legacy.
talk about showmanship and getting really good. Michael Jordan didn't go out the first day and slam dunk it. It took him a lot of practice, and I think these seniors do a great job out here with these cattle. It's been an impressive show. It's been a lot of fun to sort through. My hat's truly off to you juniors.
And we will get underway here on the South Devon show ring. We do have a change in your program.
Congratulations to you.
The first entry should be Class 100, the single entry in the ring. This is Class 100, single entry.
Matt Leo from Merced, California.
Judge once again, Angela Visco from Winnemucca, Nevada.
Our champion senior showman is Jordan Walker from Tecumseh, Oklahoma. Our reserve senior showman is Michael Lehman from Leroy, Kansas. Our third place showman, Jose Antonio Nunez from, well, right now he's from Headley, Texas. He's Amherst, Headley, something like that. Fourth place, Tate Williams from Perryton, Texas. Fifth place, Gavin Scouten from Piedmont, Kansas. And sixth place, Judd Scouten from Piedmont, Kansas.
All right, thank you for having me here today. This is a nice little heifer to start the show off with today. I really appreciate the length of neck, the pretty lines, femininity of this little female. When she's on the move, I think she fills her track pretty well. She's got some nice shape. She comes out pretty level out of that hip. Maybe loosen her up just a little bit in the forerib, but as she grows, like to see how she develops and what she turns into. So great first class.
Up next for the South Devon will be Class 101, 3 entries. Here's a result on Class 100. 67-21 is first place. JVM Cattle Company, Pella, Iowa. Up next, once again, Class 101, Summer Heifer Calves. These born May and June 2019. 3 entries coming in.
Well, an awfully deep set of Limousin heifer calves here. I'd probably put this lineup here against about any breed all week. I feel there's 3 or 4 or 5 heifers out here that are awfully good. I'd love to have them in my barn. Start off with the first class winner, a heifer. To me, she's long-bodied, she's got some rib shape, she's got some muscle shape. She wants to give up a little bit of look and pizzazz compared to a few out here behind her, but a heifer that's got some unique pieces for as young as age as she is to be at the stock show. The heifer that come in that second class, she won that class pretty handedly. I love her center rib. I like her pin width. I like her top line. I like the way her neck comes high out of her shoulder. I'd like to maybe just relax her in that front knee there. She wants to get a little straight fronted from the point of the shoulder up to the ground. The heifer that won the third class, awfully nice female. Probably one of the soundest females out here in the ring. With that being said, she's maybe a little bit flatter than compared to some of them behind her. A heifer that's really good in her rib shape, really good feet and legs, really elegant. Neck comes high out of her shoulder. She's awesome rib. She's awesome in her top. I'd maybe just like to give her a little more punch and maybe a little more true rib cavity to her, but a heifer that's got a really good look from the side. Heifer that comes behind her, heifer's big bone. She's big-footed. She's awesome in her rib cage. She's level top. She's square hip. She's probably not as wow factor as the heifer in front of her up through that front 1/3, but she does have quite a bit more muscle down her top and into her quarter. I'd probably, if you're going to get nitpicking on an awfully good one, once in a while you'll catch her. She wants to hawk in on that right hind just once in a great while, but that's an awfully nice female. The heifer that won the class behind her, heifer to me, she's long-bodied, she's got some rib shape, she's got some muscle shape, she's big-footed and she's sound, she's standing on adequate bone. I'd probably like just to smooth some things up around her front 1/3, maybe drop her down in her center cavity to run with a few around her. The heifer that won the next class, a heifer to me, just really intriguing. Heifer neck comes high out of her shoulder. She's big rib. She's got plenty of width. She's got good top. She's wide pinned. Really sound moving. Good feet and legs. She's good in her fore rib. Really nice female. The heifer that won the last class, a heifer, that was an interesting pair of females. I like both them heifers. The heifer to me, she's really level top. She's wide pinned. She's square hip. She's sound moving. She wants to get a little bit washed away in her fore rib and has a little bit of shoulder in front of it, but a heifer that's got some really good things about her. With that being said, let's go out and give these exhibitors a round of applause. This is a tremendous set of Limousin heifer calves.
All right, we've got a nice class of summer heifer calves here over on the South Devon side. All 3 heifers, I think, have a lot of potential. There's things that I like about each one, and there's some things that I'd like to improve about each one. We're going to start the class off with the red heifer here on the left. This is a heifer that I think probably shows more power, a little bit more complete female. I think when she's on the move, she's a sounder on her on those bottom joints. I like the extension of her neck. I might clean her up a little bit as she comes down into that chest floor, but I think her lines and her that shape, especially in that rear rib and back into that hip, complement her pretty well. So go ahead and use her. I'll use this heifer here in second. I really appreciate the spring of rib in this heifer. When you get behind her, she's got a lot of shape. I'd like to fix her up a little bit on that hind end. She wants to get up a little bit under herself. Those pasterns don't quite go as smooth, but overall, fairly functional heifer. This third heifer, you can really appreciate the length and the femininity of this heifer. She's got a lot of extension, really clean fronted. Really appreciate her length and her stretch. Just like to make her a little bit more sound on those hind feet and give her a little more shape in the rib.
Division I Lim-Flex Champion is 1098 out of the 4th class, 795D. That is Larissa Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. That'll move 1100 into consideration for reserve. Over on the South Devon side, the result for Class 101, first place 5700, JVM Cattle Company, Pella, Iowa. Second place 5701, Abe and Renee Fick, Maiden Rock, Wisconsin. Third, 5702, Levi Kramer, Columbus, Montana. In the ring with our judge, Angela Vesco from Winnemucca, Nevada, is Class 102A late spring heifer calves born April 1st through April 30th, 2019. Division I Lim-Flex Reserve Champion comes out of Class 795C, that is 1095. Gone Shopping, Kinnick Paulson, Preston, Iowa. Up next, we move to the Division II Lim-Flex Class 796A. Single entry coming in the ring next. Our judge, Craig Sand from Stillwater, Oklahoma.
All right, we got this class of late spring heifers here in the ring. With each female, I can appreciate different things with them, but I'm going to start the class with this dark red heifer here in the center. I think when you look at her from this side and when she's on the move, she's maybe more of the complete female. She moves pretty freely. She's got pretty lines. She's got the rib shape, and she comes back into that hip pretty well. When she's on the move, I would like to widen her up a little bit, give her just a little bit more wider base, but she's a really pretty fronted, really clean made female. I'm going to follow her up with this black heifer up front. You can tell with the growth and the frame size, you can really appreciate that with her really strong top line. I would like to loosen her up in that forerib a little bit. When you get in front of her with her toes, she wants to toe out a little bit there, but she's got that extension, she's got that length, and she has that growth. And last but not least, we have the lighter red heifer here in third. Heifer that you can really appreciate for her power and her length. When she's on the move, she kind of wants to drop those pins just a little bit, want her to step out just a little bit cleaner, but you know, she's really pretty in that front third, has a lot of length and extension, and a heifer you can appreciate on. Thank you.
Single entry over here on the Limousin side, an awful nice female. Heifer's got tremendous rib shape. She's long and level in her spine. She's good hip. She's sound moving. Neck comes high out of her shoulder. Maybe you'd like to just tidy her up just a little bit on the front part of that chest floor. But a heifer that's all got some really nice pieces. I'd like to see her come back out here. Congratulations.
Over on the South Devon show, here's the results on Class 102A late spring heifer calves. First place, 5707. Abe and Renee Fick, Maiden Rock, Wisconsin. Second, 5709. Darlin Cattle Company, Piers, Minnesota. Third, 5708. RP Farm, Swanville, Minnesota. Up next, our final class in this heifer calf division, Class 102B late spring heifer calves, born April 2019. After this, the Division Championship, our judge once again, Angela Visco from Winnemucca, Nevada. Over on the Lim-Flex side in the ring will be two entries for Class 796B, Lim-Flex Division 2. Birthdates range November 2nd and November 11th, 2018. Going back to Class 796A, here's the results. First place, 1118, Macy Ratliff, Westphalia, Kansas. Once again in the ring, Class 796B, Lim-Flex Division 2. Judge Craig Sand from Stillwater, Oklahoma.
A nice pair of heifers over here on the Limousin side. The heifer I started with, to me, she kind of comes to the top pretty handedly. Big-footed, big bone, rugged individual. Heifer's got good center cavity. She's long, level spine. She's good in her hip. Her neck comes high out of her shoulder. I'd probably like to just lengthen her maybe just ever so slightly from the top of her blade to the top of her pole, but a heifer that's really patterns well, so there's a lot of good things about her. The heifer that comes into second, heifer that's long-bodied, she's stout-made, a heifer that's sound-moving. To me, she just gives up a little pizzazz in that front 1/3. I'd like to maybe clean her up in the bottom side of that neck and chest, maybe drop her down in her center cavity, but a heifer that's got some good things about her. Congratulations.
On the Lim-Flex side, here's the results on Class 796B. First place, 11:22, Kinnick Paulson, Preston, Iowa. Second, 11:21, Hannah Hooper, Hale Center, Texas. Up next, 4 entries coming in the ring for Class 796C, Lim-Flex Division 2. Birth dates October 6th through October 17th, 2018. Once again, Class 796C coming in the ring. One more class after this before we get to our next division championship.
In this class that we have in the spring, the last class we have before the spring heifer division on the South Devon side here, I think we've got 3 females that offer quite a bit of potential, a lot of power, a lot of growth, and a lot of extension in these females. I'm going to go ahead and start this class with this heifer here on the end. I think when she comes into the ring and you see her, she just has the most eye appeal, a more style look to her. She's got plenty of rib shape, she's got really good lines, and she moves pretty freely as she goes throughout. So she's a good heifer to start the class with. The second heifer that I have here, I think it's a heifer that maybe has a little bit more power, a little bit more shape than our class winner in terms of muscle. But she, when she's on the move, I kind of want to fix her feet, get them to be a little bit more square when they're on the ground, maybe soften her up in that forerib. This last heifer that we have, she is, no doubt, has a lot of length, a lot of extension. I would like to, with her hind end, sometimes she wants to reach a little bit far with those back legs, maybe set her a little bit different up in those hooks and pins. But overall, she's got a lot of potential. I think she's got some growing to do, and like to see how this heifer turns out.
Up next on the South Devon side of the show ring will be the Spring Heifer Calf Division Championship. Here's the results on Class 102B Late Spring Heifer Calves. First place, 5705, Brandon Van Wyk, Grinnell, Iowa. Second place, 5703, Darlene Cattle Company, Pierce, Minnesota. Third, 5706, Chase Terry, Winchester, Kansas. Once again, Spring Heifer Calf Division Championship coming in the ring, first and seconds. Back in the ring from classes 100 through 102B, Judge Angela Visco from Winnemucca, Nevada. She grew up on a commercial cow-calf ranch in northern Nevada, attended Kansas State University for bachelor's and master's degrees, and also participated in the livestock judging team while there. Currently, she's the marketing and sales director at the Bullstead Origin in Billings, Montana. Once again, our judge, Angela Visco from Winnemucca, Nevada, for the Spring Heifer Calf Division Championship on the South Devon. Just a reminder, the official livestock photographer for the National Western is Show Champions. Check out the pictures taken in the arena and at the backdrop, and purchase pictures online at showchampions.com.
So then we'll have, these will be our junior calf champions and our grand and reserve bulls. If you're following along in your program in this class, we have entries 6416 and 6415, both February 2019 bulls. Good afternoon, and it's a pleasure to be here with two bulls over here in this division and in this little considered champion reserve. Two really strong bulls, and if you just evaluate them here on paper, we do got some differences there across the board, and then there's a bull maybe a little bit both weight than we'd like to see. We'd like to kind of get that down just a nickel, but two bulls that are awfully different in their type and kind. We'll just visit about each one of them. The bull out here in front with the baldy, a bull that I think balances up extremely nice from a profile view. I like the way that one's top line lays into him. He's bold in terms of that upper rib cage. He just gives you a really neat look in terms of balance and profile. If you want to pick on that bull, I'd like to change his gear too, and his running gear. He gets a little off on his hawk and posturing, gets a little outside on that hoof wall. I'd like to make him just go a nickel more secure. The black bull, I think he gives you the extra extension, the extra length. He's longer through that front end, and he's longer sided. I guess for me, when you really compare him to the bull in front of him, gets a little tight in that foot and heart, a little rounder off both ends of his skeleton in terms of his shoulder and his hip. I'd like to see just a little more boulder in his center body. So two really good bulls. I think you can do a lot of different things when you decide which one you like better. For me, I like the bull out here in front will be your champion, and the bull there in the back will be your reserve. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Thank you to our judge, Amanda Schnorr from Chowchilla, California. Grand Champion bull in the Beef Builder Show is entry 6416, AAAC King Kong 903G, owned by All Good Show Cattle, Bellevue, Texas. Second place and Reserve Calf Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Beef Builder bull is Lim Frozen Payload Duro 480G, owned by Dave and Phyllis Ellenberg, Bellevue, Texas.
Good class over here on the Limousin side. To me, I started with the combination female. She kind of come to the top pretty handedly for me. Heifer that's really good in her rib cage. She's really level in her top. I like her hip design. I like the way she gets out and travels. She's sound. She's good-footed. Neck comes high out of her shoulders. She's tidy and up through that chest floor. Just a really complete, nice female to start the class with. The heifer that comes behind her, to me, she gives up a little pizzazz and a little wow factor in that front 1/3 compared to that heifer that exceeds her. Heifer that might want to get a little towing out when she comes at you in motion, but a heifer that's long spine, she's level hip, she's good hip, hooks to pins. I'd like to maybe clean her up in her underline, maybe just put her on a little bit heavier bone, but a heifer that's got some good things about her. The heifer that comes into third, a heifer to me, she a little bit, she gets a little toed out up front also. She might be a little steep from the point of her shoulder to the ground. A heifer that's sure got an elegant flat neck when you study her from the side. Heifer that's really typey. Heifer to me just gives up a little more center cavity, doesn't maybe have the rib shape and design that maybe the two that exceed her, but a heifer that's pretty stout when you study her from behind. I'd probably just like to loosen her up on both ends of her skeleton. The heifer that rounds out the class, she's a long, level-spined heifer. To me, she hocks in and maybe needs to loosen up in her overall skeleton. Maybe like to drop her down in that center cavity. But a heifer that neck comes high out of her shoulder blends into her forerib nice. Heifer that I think will make this young man a good female down the road. Congratulations.
Up next for the Lim-Flex will be our final class before our Division Championship for Division 2. Class 796D, born September 13th and September 27th, 2018. Here's the results on 796C, that last class. First place, 1125, Alexa Montagny from Elk Point, South Dakota. Second, 1124, Lindsay Gulata, Independence, Louisiana. Third, 1126, Hannah Ziegler, Bloomville, Ohio. Fourth, 1127, Braden Lancaster, El Reno, Oklahoma. Once again, final class before the Division 2 Lim-Flex Championship, Class 796D, coming in the ring.
This will be a one-entry class.
All right, over here in our division for spring heifer calf, you know, I've been impressed with these females. I think we've seen a lot of potential, all good baby-making mamas, you know. I think there's a lot of broodedness, a lot of femininity, and then also a lot of power within this division. We're going to go ahead and start this division with this heifer here on the end. I think she offers probably the more complete package. She's got the style, she's got the shape, she's got the length of that front third, and just really carries it down well. And I like her bone circumference and the shape of her rib. I think a really good female to win the division. Congratulations.
Parsons Da Vinci 911G ET. Congratulations.
Spring Heifer Calf Division champion is 5705 out of Class 102B, JVM Giselle. Brandon Van Wyk, Gordell, Iowa. That'll move 5703 into consideration reserve.
All right, for the second place in this division, I'm going to go ahead and use this black heifer back here. I think the levelness of her, the muscle shape and the power that she offers would follow up with that first place heifer pretty well. Like to loosen her up just a little bit in her fore rib, but she moves pretty well and is a complete heifer. Thank you.
Reserve Spring Heifer Calf champion is 5703 from the same class as your champion, 102B. DLCC Galway Girl 61G, Darlin Cattle Company, Pierce, Minnesota. Up next in the ring for the South Devon Show will be Class 103A. Spring Heifer Calves born in March 2019, our first of 3 classes in the Junior Heifer Calf Division.
Good pair of heifers over here on the Limousin side. The heifer I started with, to me, she kind of comes to the top pretty easy. Heifer that's really well balanced. She's good in her spine. She's level hipped, sound moving, good feet and legs. Heifer to me, I'd maybe like just to smooth her up from the top of her blade to the top of her neck, and maybe just tidy her up in her chest floor when she's standing still there. She kind of pushes it out, but a heifer that's sure got some nice things about her. The heifer that comes in behind her, to me, she's long spine. She's got some muscle shape. A heifer to me, she's maybe a little rigid on the move when you put her in motion. I'd like to free her up on her rear too, maybe drop her down in their center cavity, maybe just clean her up in that overall front 1/3. But a heifer that's sure got some muscle and some product to her and some good things about her. Congratulations.
Up next for the Lim-Flex will be Division II Championship. Here's results on Class 796D. First place, 1129, Morgan Wise, Topeka, Kansas. Second, 1128, J.C. Smith, Decatur, Arkansas. First and seconds back in the ring from classes 796A, B, C, and D. Division II Lim-Flex Championship with our judge, Craig Sand, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Once again, the official livestock photographer for the National Western is Show Champions. Check out the pictures taken in the arena and at the backdrop and purchase pictures online at showchampions.com.
Coming into the ring, we have Class 204, full-blood purebred junior bull calves calved in January and February 2019. We have 4 entries in this class.
nice class of purebred bulls. These top two are very, very different in terms of their type and kind, and if you just view them on paper, I think the bull at search is just a little more genuine, a little more adequate across the board in terms of that birth and growth rates. And then when you judge him phenotypically, I like the extra length, and I think where he excels the bulls behind him, he's the one that balances up a touch better, and then you get him in motion, he's sounder at the ground. Now, is he as powerful and big-bodied as the bull that comes in second? He's not. I just think he excels just in terms of structure, balance, and the way he's put together. The bull that comes in second, he is the oldest bull in class, and I guess when you start to judge him in terms of frame size, maybe a little more moderate than the bulls that are behind him, but I like this bull just in terms of how powerful he is and how big-topped and square he is right behind his blade, all the way back to his hip, the turn to his rib cage. I guess where I get critical of his bulls is down his hip and hind leg. He gets a little round. Just don't handle those two back feet as well as we need to. And then you study him on paper, and both weights just jumping up just a little bit for me. Bull that comes in third with the extra length and the extra extension, high-performing bull that you got to appreciate. I guess when you study him and get in and really look at his muscle and his power, that's where he gives up. He gets a little flatter in his rib cage, a little base narrow, and you get behind him, like to go a little more genuine when you step behind him and watch him go away from you. The most complete bull and probably just a good longevity bull that just has the production aspect of things on paper, as well as phenotypically is the one that comes in fourth. I just like the bull in terms of his head and neck and the way it comes out of his blade, where that shoulder lays into him and transitions in that fourth and heart. I guess when you compare him to the three that beat him today, he just gets outpowered. I think he needs to hit that feed bump just a nickel harder, kind of mature in his mid-rib and his hip and high leg structure, but a really nice bull there in fourth place.
Another good division here on the Lim-Flex side. The heifer that won the first class, a heifer to me, she's really big-bodied, she's good hip, she's level hip, she's good in her spine. She really drives off her front two, and she really moves sound off her rear two really well. Her front two, to me, she gets just a little bit narrow in her forerib when you study her coming at you. She wants to get just a little narrow base there at the bottom of her chest floor, but a heifer that's really elegant. Her neck comes high out of her shoulder. She's really got some nice things about her. The heifer that wins the second class, to me, she's interesting. She's a heifer that's really, really put together really well. She's big boned, she's good footed. A heifer to me, she's got a lot to her. She's probably the most massive, robust one out here. Heifer that's really level top. She's big bodied. Like I said in class, I'd maybe like to lengthen her up from the top of her blade to the top of her pole. She's carrying just a little extra condition for me up around that tail head. I'd like to kind of set that up into her just a little bit more, maybe drop her down in her rear flank just ever so slightly, but a heifer that's really good bone, got a lot to her, a lot of shape to that female. The young man's heifer here that's walking in the third class, a heifer, like I said in class. She's one that just doesn't hit you really, really hard, but it's hard to pick a big hole in her. Heifer that's sound moving, she's on adequate bone, she's good footed, she's big bodied, she's level topped. I'd probably like just to heighten her up just a little bit in her pin set, maybe square her up in her hip design when you study her from behind, but a really elegant made, really nice silhouette from the side, awful nice complete female. The heifer that won the last class, like I just got done saying, a heifer that's good bodied, she's good underline, she's long level spine, she's good hip. To me, I just like to change her in that front 1/3 just ever so slightly. Maybe tidy her up there in the top of her blade to the top of the crest of her neck, maybe just clean her up in her chest floor, but a heifer that's got some nice things about her. Congratulations. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
He's powerful in the top part of his skeleton. He's big and wide pinned. His testicular development is right. Maybe don't have that big.
All right, over here on the South Devon side for our our first class of spring heifer calves. I think we've got 4 females here that offer a lot of shape, a lot of extension, but the complete package, I think, more so in this class is this heifer here, off to my right. When you look at her from this side, you can really appreciate her lines. You can really appreciate the cleanliness of her, that front 1/3. I like how she goes back into that rib with that shape and into that hip, and I think she moves fairly well, fills her track with ease, and it's a good heifer to start the class. The second heifer, there's no doubt when you look at this female that there's a lot of maternal traits to her. Really broody, really nice rib shape and power in that hip. When you get in front of her, she wants to toe out a little bit, and from the side you can see that she's a little bit more relaxed on those lower joints. Would like to fix her up there, get her a little more square. The third heifer in this class, the black heifer, a lot of growth in her. She's got the frame, she's got the length. I think when she's on the move, she's just a little bit tighter in those hind joints on that hind end. I'd like to loosen her up there, but she's got a lot of potential in terms of her growth. This red heifer here in the back, I think she's very pretty. She's got a lot of things to offer. I'd like though to how that neck ties into those shoulders, kind of strengthen that up a little bit.
Catch up on results here in just a moment. On the Lim-Flex, we're going to double check the reserve. They didn't pull forward, so we didn't see who the reserve was, which class. Go back over to the South Devon Class 103A Spring Heifer Calves. Here's results as placed by our judge, Angela Visco from Winnemucca, Nevada. Class 103A, first place 57-16, RP Farms, Swanville, Minnesota. Second, 57-14, Kyle Strandberg, Maynard, Minnesota. Third, 57-13, Darlin Cattle Company, Pierce, Minnesota. Fourth, 57-15, KNN Farms, Bay City, Wisconsin. Up next, our second to last class in the Junior Heifer Calf Division, Class 103B, Spring Heifer Calves born in March 2019. 3 entries coming in. That's on the South Devon side. Division II Lim-Flex Champion was 11:22 out of Class 796B. That is WSCC Bell 176 FET, Kinnick Paulson, Preston, Iowa. And your reserve for Division II was 11:25 out of Class 796C, Alexa Montaigne from Elk Point, South Dakota. Up next, we move to our next Class 797 and next division. This is the only class within the division, so this is also your Division III championship for Lim-Flex. Birth dates on Class 797 are May 20th and June 5th, 2018. Judge once again on that side of the show ring, Craig Sand, Stillwater, Oklahoma.
Winning Class 206 and the Senior Calf Champion bull is BLC Prairie Wizard 370F, shown by Brink Livestock, Piedmont, Kansas. Coming into the ring now, Class 207, a bull calved in August of 2018, entry number 6404. This is another single entry class, and this bull will be the automatic intermediate champion.
Another single entry kind of combinates everything that we've been visiting about so far in this bull show, being rugged and stout and powerful, has the extra length, and then if you view him in those columns across the board on paper, he still gives you some good numbers and that are consistent. Pretty nice bull hitter in this division. I just want to pick on him at the pasture, and I'd like to see just a little more pasture set to him, but that's getting really, really picky. Just in the stout rugged end, that's a pretty good bull here in this single entry division class. Congratulations to that exhibitor.
Our intermediate champion and winning Class 207 is entry 6404, BLC Trooper 145F, shown by Brink Livestock, Piedmont, Kansas.
A good pair of heifers over here on the Lim-Flex side. The heifer I started with is a little bit moderate framed heifer, but a huge bodied. A lot to this heifer. You study her when you get behind her. She's got a lot of shape down her top and into her quarter. Heifer that gets out and drives off her rear too, pretty nice. Heifer that means she gets just a little bit opened up in the bottom part of her chest floor, maybe wants to get a little wide when she's coming at you in motion. I'd like to maybe lengthen her up in her front 1/3, but a heifer that's got a lot of product to her. I think you turn that one out, and that'll make a heck of a cow down the road. The heifer that comes in the second, to me, she just maybe gives up the overall design and smoothness and pattern that maybe the other one exceeds her. A heifer, though, that's long-bodied. She has some muscle shape. She gets out and moves. She's big-footed. She's a long, elegant fronted heifer. Young lady does a tremendous job of showing her. Congratulations, nice class of females.
Not maybe the biggest bull show, but a very competitive bull show. I think the breed should be proud of the 3 division winners that you have out here. Maybe not as similar and near each other in terms of type and kind, but there's quality in each one of them. The bull that Tiger Stripe won, I love the structure of that one. I love his length to his side and how square and
His result on Class 797 and your Division 3 Lim-Flex Championship. First place in champion 1132, McKenna Richardson, Eureka, Kansas with Flash. Second in the class, Reserve Division 3, 1131, C. Felicia, Avon Nichols, St. James, Missouri. Up next, we have 3 classes in the next Division 4 Lim-Flex. It'll be Class 798A. These born April 2018. 3 entries in 798A. 3 classes within this last division.
Super bold, super stout, love the power and the muscle that this one has. And being that stout though, if you look at him on paper, you got to appreciate his birth weight is still right there in terms of an ideal average birth weight. Just a really, really good bull. If someone wanted to say you'd like to see a little more heel depth, I don't argue them, but with that, but there's too much power for me in that bull. When you come back here and find you a champion reserve here in this breed, for me it's going to be the bull that came out of the last division. You're going to be our champion, and then we're going to come back and grab the Tiger Sharp win for reserve. Congratulations to those exhibitors, very high quality set of bulls. Thank you to our judge Amanda Schnorr from Chowchilla, California. The Grand Champion Full-Blood Purebred Bull is entry number 6404, DLC Trooper 145F, shown by Brink Livestock, Piedmont, Kansas. The Reserve Grand Champion Bull is entry 6402, coming from our Junior Calf Division, and that's AAAC Simba 901G, shown by Allgood Show Cattle, Bellevue, Texas. And as you look around in our stalls here in Denver, I think all but a couple of these animals will be going right into Fort Worth the end of the week. The National Bronze Sale is this Sunday, just a few days from now. And if you're looking for a bull, we've got a number of bulls in there, including the Grand Champion bull from this show today. So, take a look at the cattle here. Enjoy what we're doing here with the Bronze breed, and if you can join us in Fort Worth, that'd be great. That sale will also be online, and there's some other heifers here that'll be in that sale, so it'd be a good opportunity to evaluate them while you're here.
All right, in this second class of spring heifer calves, I think we have 3 fairly different types of females here. We've got one here that has a lot of growth, a lot of frame size. Another female that offers that really broody maternal type look. And then another female that brings maybe a little bit more power, a little bit more natural shape. We're going to start the class off with this black heifer. I think when she comes into the ring, you're kind of drawn to her a little bit more. She's got that, just on the profile, she's attractive. She's got the pretty level lines. I like the extension of her neck. Maybe clean her up down there in the chest floor, but she's got the rib shape and the way it carries back into the flank. I would like to lighten her condition up a little bit. I think a heifer of that age could have a little bit less condition, but no doubt she's got some natural width to her, and she's got some power to lead the class off. This red heifer here, I think, offers that really pretty rib shape you like to see in a female, and I like her moderate size. I would like to put a little bit more angle to her front shoulder. She kind of wants to be a little bit straighter up front when she moves. But when you look at her from behind, she's got that Springer rib, and she's got a fairly wide base. To round the class out, last but not least, I like the fluidity of this heifer. I think she moves really well. I really appreciate her extension and her long spine. However, I think she just gets a little outpowered today in terms of muscle. I'd like to see a little bit more rib shape and a little bit more power in that hip.
Over on the South Devon side, up next will be a single entry Class 104, the last class in front of our Junior Heifer Calf Division Championship. Here's the results on Class 103B Spring Heifer Calves. First place, 57-10, Sierra Steinlicht from Valley Falls, Kansas. Second, 57-11, JVM Cattle Company, Pella, Iowa. Third, 57-12, Emily White, Wadena, Minnesota. Once again, single entry Class 104 Junior Heifer Calves. This one born February 28, 2019, just in front of our Junior Heifer Calf Division Championship. Judge once again, Angela Visco from Winnemucca, Nevada.
Oh, another nice class over here on the Limousin side. The heifer I started with, it's a little give and take for me between her and the second place heifer. This heifer, to me, she's a little bigger footed, bigger bone, a little more heavier constructed. Heifer's got tremendous rib shape. I love her hip structure. I love the way their muscle pattern descends down into her lower quarter. She gets this one parked, and this thing looks good. Where I guess it kind of throws me off is when she put her in motion. She kind of wants to push off in her top side of her back there and kind of gets a little easy and weak behind her shoulder when you put her in motion. I'd maybe just like to take a little fat off there. She's got a little extra condition front part of her shoulder when she put her in motion also. But a heifer that's sure got some really nice things about her. There's just a lot of heifer there. Congratulations. The heifer that comes into second, she's probably a little trimmer in her overall condition. She probably doesn't have quite the foot and maybe the bone substance that the heifer that exceeds her. She is a little leveler in her top when you put her in motion. A heifer that maybe just like to ease her down on her rear too, just ever so slightly. Heifer just maybe give her a little more pizzazz and a little more punch, I guess, to run with that heifer in front of her. But a heifer that's really got some really nice things. The heifer that rounds out the class, she's a really long-spined heifer. She's good in her body cavity. She's good-footed. She's big bone. A heifer, to me, she gives up a little cleanliness up through that front end. I guess to me, she's a little flatter in her overall muscle shape when you study her from behind. I just like to see a little more pizzazz in that stifle in that mid-quarter. But a heifer that's really got some nice things about her also. With that being said, congratulations, good class of females.
All right, we got the last heifer in to round out our group of junior heifer calves, and single entry female does not disappoint. I really appreciate the power that this heifer combines with the style and the look. Really appreciate that extension of her front third and the way she ties into those shoulders and then comes out down her spine to her hips. I think she carries that muscle pretty well. From this side, you really like her as she ties that really broody rib into that rear flank and into her hip and stifle. And on the move, I think she fills her track pretty well. A very good heifer to have.
Catch up on results here. Over on the South Devon side, Class 104 Junior Heifer Calves. First place, 57-18. That is Emma Gnek, Malin, Oregon. Up next, Junior Heifer Calf Division Championship with our judge, Angela Visco from Winnemucca, Nevada. Back over on the Lim-Flex in the ring, Class 798B. These will be animals born March 1st through March 21st, 2018. Here's the results on 798A. First place, 1137. Carly Mae Harris, Lawton, Oklahoma. Second, 1136, Tucker Parkinson, Levelland, Texas. Third, 1134, Rowdy Berry, Port Orchard, Washington. As I mentioned in the ring, Class 798B, 2 entries, Lim-Flex Female Division 4. We have one more class within this division, then we'll have our division championship. Then we'll have the Grand Champion, Lim-Flex Female, and Reserve Grand Champion selection. And then looks like Showmanship. Judge, once again, Craig Sand from Stillwater, Oklahoma, on that side of the show ring.
Top pair of heifers, it just comes down to personal preference because they're awfully different in terms of their build and their type. If you want one that's a little longer, more extended, you'd like the one that's in second. If you want one that's maybe a little mature and genuine at the ground, you want the one that I started with. Whenever I start with, I think she's just more correct. The way that hip and hind leg all hinged together and the way it's assembled. I like it from hop down to the ground in terms of where that posture is more comfortable. Is she a little more smaller in terms of her frame size compared to the two behind her? She is, but I think she's bolder and she's more true about her rib cage and her muscle when you get behind her. I'd just like to maybe lengthen her out in terms of that side, but really good female. I think she just wins in terms of structure. The one for standing still, there's no taking this away from her. She is a good-looking rascal. That head and neck coming to the top part of her blade. She's smooth there in her shoulder. I love the upper rib cage that she has and the extra length she has. I guess it's when you get underneath her skeleton, she gets a little upright in that blade. You can see that knee and front leg wants to kind of toe out. I'd just like to see her more comfortable at the ground. Maybe that has to do because she's not really excited to be out here, but she just needs to be a little more athletic to really get around and that heifer that starts the class. One of the sounder true heifers is the one that comes in third. I think this one's a nice, complete female. She has a longevity aspect of just being a good production female. She's big-bodied. She's deep-sided. She just gets a little flat and very fine in her overall makeup, a little finer bone, a little smaller-footed. Nice set of females you to start this division off with. Congratulations to those three exhibitors. Thank you. In Class 403 placings, entry numbers. Sorry for that. We did have the correct animals in that class. First place, entry number 6407, Rim Frozen Elsa 403G, owned by Dave and Phyllis Ellenberg, Bellevue, Texas. Second place, 6408, Ms. EML Annie G554, owned by Emma Lehman, Leroy, Kansas. Third place, Ms. ECL Lorraine G556, owned by Emma and Carol Lehman, Leroy, Kansas. And that black heifer that went out last in that last class, she's also a Fort Worth sale heifer, so she would be one you can look at too. Now in the ring we have Class 404, 3 entries of February 2019 calves.
Well, a really interesting pair of females to me over here on this Limousin side. It's kind of give and take for me, and I could argue it, I guess, either way. two really close heifers, but I sure think they're different in types and kinds. The heifer I started off with, to me, she's just a huge-bodied, sound-moving, big-footed, big-boned heifer. The heifer, to me, she's really good in her hip structure. She's good in her pin width. Neck comes really high out of her shoulder. She carries a little extra condition in the front part of her shoulder. When you put her in motion, she wants to push some fat up there. Heifer that's got plenty of set on her leg. I'd maybe almost even like to take just a little bit out, and that's getting nitpicking on an awfully interesting, nice female. The heifer that comes in the second behind her, she doesn't have quite the mass and volume that the heifer that exceeds her, but a heifer that's got some really good things. I really love her underline. She's really level top. She's good hipped. She gets out and travels. She's on adequate bone. She's good footed. To me, I guess when you get them parked, I guess to me she wants to run downhill just ever so slightly. She might be just a little bit raw around her shoulder, but I really appreciate the flatness and length of her neck. I'd just like to maybe tidy her up in the front part of her chest floor, but two really, really nice females.
Good trio heifers, very competitive. Congratulations to them.
Up next, our final class in Division 4 Lim-Flex. First place, 11:38 on 798B. That's John Crawford, Big Pool, Maryland. Second place, 11:41, Rowdy Berry, Port Orchard, Washington. Let's go down to the ring to Angela Visco. Sorry about that, Angela.
No problem. All right, for this division of our junior heifer calf champion, I think these three females that won our classes, I think you see a lot of potential in these females to be cow makers at home. We're going to start the division with this red heifer here that was in our last class. I really appreciate how this heifer ties that look and that power together. I really appreciate how strong top she is while maintaining that levelness, and pretty sound as she walks. I think when she feels her track fairly easy, she's got that ribbon, that shape that you appreciate in a growing female. The heifer that I'm going to follow her up with is going to be this black heifer. I think, you know, when you look at these two heifers that you have here at the end, I think this heifer might offer a little bit more extension, a little more femininity. Really appreciate the width and the power that this female has. I'd like to set her hind end just a little bit smoother, have a little bit more flex in those joints, but two good heifers to win the division.
Next division we have here, they bring these heifer cows back out. The youngest one out here, I told you I just like her femininity, like her balance, her lines, and her structure.
Junior Heifer Calf Division Championship, as placed by our judge Angela Visco from Winnemucca, Nevada. 57-18 out of Class 104 Junior Heifer Calves. That's JVM. Good golly, Miss Molly. Emma Gannick, Malin, Oregon. Reserve comes from Class 103B. 57-10, WGF Sonia. Sierra Steinlicht from Valley Falls, Kansas. Up next, single entry Class 105, winner heifer calves. Oh, they're putting them together, okay. They're going to put entry 57, 19, and 21 together in the class and join the winner and senior heifer calves together. So this will also be your senior heifer calf division championship.
We're going to come back and grab the heifer that's in the middle. I like the extra substance that the names heifer has. Congratulations. Congratulations to Avery Kimball of Montrose, Colorado for her junior calf champion heifer, AEK Fresca 383G, entry number 6410. And reserve in that division, entry number 6407, Lim-Flex and Elsa 403G, owned by Devon Ellenberg of Bellevue, Texas. Just a single entry and an automatic division winner, bold, stout, and the first thing they hit you when she walks in, just a big cow
on the shoulder back, there's so much substance and so much performance. And even though she still handles as really too good enough for me. I just think
Nice pair of heifers over here on the Lim-Flex side. Heifer I started with, to me, she's a little bit more of a moderate frame, practicality heifer. Heifer sure's got some length of spine. She's good in her rib cage. She's big-footed. She's good bone. She might get a little opened up in the bottom of her chest floor when you put her in motion. I'd probably like just to sleek her up in her front 1/3, I guess, but a heifer that's got some really good things. The heifer that comes into second, she's a little longer in gestation. I'd say she's going to be pretty close to calving here. Heifer that sure is big bodied. She's long, level topped. I'd probably just like to push her tail head down in between her pin set just a little bit more. A heifer that maybe just gives up a little bone compared to the heifer that exceeds her. Maybe a little soften her up in that front 1/3, but a nice pair of females.
Here's results on the Lim-Flex Class 798C, Division 4. First place, 1146, Wiley Fanta, Starbuck, Minnesota. Second, 1148, Victoria Gherkin, Cashin, Oklahoma. Up next, first and seconds back in the ring from classes 798A, B, and C. This is your Division 4 Lim-Flex Championship with our judge, Craig Sand from Stillwater, Oklahoma. After this, Grand Champion Lim-Flex female selection.
We found Kimber the champion in the percentage show in two different types. So I think when you bring the both of them out here, you like both of them at certain aspects, and then you'd like to change things about both of them. For me, the one that won the first division, I told you she was so pretty and featured. She is better netted and necked and cleaning that throat latch down into her chest. She blends really nice behind her shoulder. Just a sound structure. Maybe don't have the extra substance and the extra bigness as the one behind her, but just a really good female. I think as you push that one, she's still a calf. When it fills out, that one's going to be fun to show.
In this class of senior heifer classes that we have, for the division, but I think both females, when you look at them, offer a lot of extension. They offer a lot of growth. There's plenty of frame there, I think, and some good bone. So in terms of the division, I think we're going to start the division with this young lady over here. I think this heifer offers a little bit more power, a little more shape. She's got the extension, she's got the bone, and just that the quality that you want in a female that I think eventually she'll develop. I would like to see a little bit more rib shape in the female, loosen her up in the forerib. I think she's a little bit looser spined on the move. This young man that's got the spunky heifer, she's having a good time out here today. It's a heifer that you really appreciate in that front 1/3. She's really clean, really extended up there. You appreciate how she fills her track, but you also want to loosen her up in that hip a little bit. She kind of wants to drop her pins a little bit when she's on the move, but she's got a lot of growth and a lot of extension.
Here's results on the South Devon side of the show ring. First of all, your class winners and the division. Class 105, first place 57-19, Chase Terry, Winchester, Kansas. First place, class 106, 57-21, Alexandra Malore, Greeley, Colorado. Senior heifer calf champion comes from class 106, 57-21. That's Allie Oops, Alexandra Malore, Greeley, Colorado. Reserve senior heifer calf champion, 57-19 from class 105, fine as frog hair, Chase Terry, Winchester, Kansas. Up next, a single entry as we move to the summer heifer division, class 107, late summer yearling heifer, single entry, this one born August 8, 2018.
Oh, another good division here on the Lim-Flex side. The heifer that won the first class, like I said in class, she's just really big-bodied. She's awesome hip. She's really square hip. You study her when you get behind her, and she's wide pinned. She's wide hooked. She's good-footed. She's sound moving. She's big bone. To me, I guess I'd like to just maybe ease her down in the middle part of her back and maybe just elevate her a little bit behind her shoulder when she gets in motion. Just like to level her out in that top just ever so slightly. Heifer that's maybe got a little bit of fat in the front part of that shoulder and on the bottom side of that neck. That chest is really nice, but a heifer that's got some really good things about her. A heifer that comes in, wins the second class, a heifer that's big-footed, she's big bone, she's got extra amount of set in them legs. A heifer, to me, I think it's all right. I really think she's super, super sound. Heifer, to me, is big-bodied. She's awesome in her top. She's good hip. Her neck comes way high out of her shoulder. Like the one that's in front of her, to me, I think she's all right in her chest, but she wants to get a little fat there when she put her in motion, pushing in the front part of that shoulder. But a heifer that's got some nice things. The heifer that rounds out and wins that third class, the heifer, long spine, she's level hip, she's stout, she's got some bone and some feet. To me, I'd like to clean her up in that front 1/3, maybe tidy her up in that chest floor, lengthen her out from the top of her pole to the top of her blade. Just drop her down ever so slightly in that center cavity compared to the two that are in front of her. With that being said, I'm going to go out and select your champion reserve in this division. Give these exhibitors a round of applause. Nice group of females.
In the single entry class, we have a little bit older females, and this heifer, I really appreciate the power and the shape that she has. When you look at her down her top, she comes out of those shoulders really well. I think she ties that neck in really well to the top of her shoulder. I would like to loosen her up just a little bit in her pins. She kind of wants to drop a little bit, and she doesn't quite fill her track as easy, but that's just being a little nitpicky. I think it's a female that offers a lot of power and a lot of rib shape.
On the South Devon side, result on Class 107, 57-22 is first. Helena Fowler, Lewistown, Montana. Up next, second class in this division, Class 108, early summer yearling heifer, prior to our division drive. Over the Lim-Flex show, their Division 4 Lim-Flex Champion is 1138. That comes out as a Class 798B. Forever Classy, John Crawford, Big Pool, Maryland. And then Division 4 Lim-Flex Reserve Champion 1137. That is Fergie Carly May Harris, Lawton, Oklahoma. Up next, we'll bring back our Division 1 through 4 Lim-Flex Champion and Reserves. This will be your Grand Champion Lim-Flex female selection. Wanted to thank the North American Limousine Foundation board members and board officers that are here for 2020. The President, Kurt Razorek from South Dakota. Vice President Dan Hunt from Nebraska, Secretary Wade Beckman from Idaho, Treasurer Dr. Mark Barker from Oklahoma, at large Bruce Lawrence of Texas, ex officio Gary Fox from Texas. The additional directors include Charles Linhart of Iowa, Joe Moore of Virginia, Jerry Wolf of Minnesota, Kevin Oshner from right here in Colorado, Randy Corns of Kansas, Ron Cunningham of Oklahoma, Troy Gulata of Louisiana, and newly elected directors for 2020 include Bart Mitchell of Wisconsin, Austin Hager of North Dakota, and Jay Wilder of Texas. Thank you to the NEF board members that are here and the directors as well. Judge once again is Craig Sand from Stillwater, Oklahoma. Grew up on a limousine operation, a purebred cow-calf operation located in southern Wisconsin, where he grew up. Currently, he manages show and sale cattle at Griswold Cattle in Stillwater, Oklahoma. Our judge for this Grand Champion Lim-Flex selection, Craig Sand of Stillwater, Oklahoma.
I'll be the first one to admit the heifers in first and third near each other, kind of in type and kind, but the one that sits in second is a sounder option, and that's why we split these heifers. The heifer that starts is a combination. She's stout, she's bold, she's square.
Also like to thank the North American Limousin Junior Association 2019-20 Junior Board of Directors. They include President Lindsay Gulata of Louisiana, Vice President Colt Schrader of Oklahoma, Secretary Hannah Ziegler of Ohio, Treasurer Zane Yvette of Washington, ex officio Randa Taylor of Texas. Also, NALF Director of Activities Katie Campbell, Clayton Show from Missouri, Riley Smith of Illinois, Tristan Gulata of Louisiana, Wiley Fanta of Minnesota, and Shelby Hubbard of Oklahoma. Thank you to the NALF Junior Association Junior Board of Directors. Thank you for your help with the ring today.
She gets herself beat on the move. She's often in mixed pins, don't carry that hip and her leg structure as comfortable as we'd like to. But these really good heifers, very different, they're kind. But,
these two early summer yearling heifers today. I think we're going to start the class with the black female here. You know, from this side, she offers you a little bit more of that maternal, broody look. I would like to clean her up a little bit in that front third, but I think she moves good. She feels her track. She might be just a notch short of filling it. But I think the power, natural width that you have on this female, the way she comes out of those shoulders and back to her hips, she's got plenty of depth there. The heifer that follows her up, I think she's got a lot of growth. I really appreciate the spring of rib that this female has and the extension that she has. I really like how clean she is in that front 1/3. When she's on the move, she might overstep that track a little bit, kind of wants to drop her pins. But overall, in terms of extension and elegance, I think she has that really pretty front half.
On the South Devon side of the show ring, here are the results on Class 108 early summer yearling heifers. First place, 57-47, Levi Kramer, Columbus, Montana. Second, 57-23, Lauren Terry, Winchester, Kansas. Up next, it'll be the Summer Heifer Division Championship. First and seconds back in the ring from classes 107 and 108. Judge once again on that side, Angela Visco from Winnemucca, Nevada.
Pretty easy one in my mind that starts the class. At the ground, she's one of the better footed ones. And then you move your way up and you study her balance and her length of skeleton and how good she is in her lines and has the extra depth. And still a really feminine featured female for that head and neck. Just a good female that starts. I just love that one on the move. Second, third are close. And I think you can do a lot of different things. And if you've heard me all day, I'm pretty particular on my structure. The one that sits in second, I think she's green in her appearance, but her shoulder and knee lay into her better. She's deep in her side.
Well, we just didn't have an overwhelming amount of numbers in the Limmy show, but I sure do think we had some quality. Just like I said in the purebred show, I'd throw the purebred show and this show up against about anything showing later this week as far as depth of quality. Starting off here with the heifer calf, to me, just tremendous female. She's awesome in her center cavity. She's awesome in her spine. She gets out and travels. She's sound moving. She's square on all 4 feet. She's good bone. Her neck comes high out of her shoulder. Plenty of muscle and product when you study her, when you stand behind her. Awful good female to start that heifer calf division. The heifer that wins the fall division, like I said in division, just a big bone, big footed female. I like her in her center part of her cavity. And like I said in division, I'd like to maybe just drop her down in her rear flank a little bit, maybe tidy her up around her tail head. She's got a little extra condition, but a heifer that's really good hip. She's long, level hip. She's good in her spine. Just tremendous off her front too. I'd maybe just like to lengthen her up from the top of her pole to the top of her blade, but awfully nice female. The heifer that won that next division, the heifer, to me, she's a little bit more of a moderate framed heifer. A heifer that's got tremendous amount of rib shape, tremendous amount of muscle. She's standing on adequate bone. She might not have the bone compared to some of these others out here, but she's good-footed. She's sound moving. Her neck comes high out of her shoulder. She's got a little bit of chest floor on her, and that's going to happen with these longer yearling heifers, but an awful nice female. The heifer that rounds out the last division, a heifer to me, she's really big-footed. She's big bone. She's sound moving. A heifer that's tremendous in her center cavity. Her neck comes super high out of the top side of her shoulder. She is just a little bit deeper, I guess, from the top of her neck to the bottom of her throat there than I'd probably like to admit, but a heifer that's sure got some high quality parts about her. With that being said, these reserves are awfully good too. I don't think there's very many slouches in there either. I'd like to just take the time to thank everybody for having me. Aaron called and asked me to do this, and I grew up on a Limousin farm in southern Wisconsin, and this is my bread and butter, I guess, for several years before I moved on, but this Limousin breed sure got a soft spot in my heart still. I think their quality is tremendous. I think these kids have been tremendous to work with. And like I say, let's just go out and give these exhibitors a round of applause. I'm going to go out and select your champion and reserve champion, Lim-Flex female.
All right, really quickly with our summer heifers here on the South Devon side, we're gonna go ahead and use this female from the first class to be our division winner. We really appreciate her look, her style. She's got a lot of extension. She's really pretty and clean in the front 1/3, and I think she carries the width down her top, and I like how she comes back into her tail head. I think she has really pretty lines, and she's very functional on the move. We're gonna follow her up with this heifer from the second class, one too that I think has a lot of depth, a lot of shape to her rib shape. She's a very broody, very maternal looking female. Like to clean her up a little bit in that front third, give her just a little bit more flexibility on the move, but overall a very functional female.
Catch up on results here. Back over on the Lim-Flex side, your Grand Champion Lim-Flex female for the 2020 National Western Stock Show comes out of that first division. That's 1098 Larissa, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. That'll move 1095 into consideration reserve. Real quick over on the South Devon side, champion summer heifer 5722 Fraser Maybelline, Helena Fowler, Lewistown, Montana. Up next on that side of the show ring, Class 109A, a single entry. Your reserve Grand Champion Lim-Flex, reserve Grand Champion Lim-Flex comes out of the same division as your grand champion. That's 1095 gone shopping, Kinnick, Paulson, Preston, Iowa. Go ahead.
All right, in this spring yearling heifer to start out this division, we have a female that I think offers some rib shape. I really appreciate when you look at her from behind, the shape that she carries down through her stifle. She's very clean fronted. What I'd like to change about the heifer is work on her hind leg set a little bit. She wants to get under herself a little bit on the walk when she's on the move. But I think she's got that extension in that front third. I appreciate the top line, but I'd like to loosen her up a little bit on that hind end.
Sorry about that, Angela. I try to watch for you. Back over on the South Devon side, Class 109A Spring Yearling Heifers, first place 57-27. Darlin Cattle Company, Pierce, Minnesota. Up next, 2 entries in Class 109B. We have 3 classes within the Junior Heifer Division on the South Devon side.
I like the way this head and neck comes out of the top part of her brain. I like the extra length that this one has, and then she's big-footed, she's rugged in her appearance. Maybe not as feminine featured as some of them above her or behind her, and that's where I'd like to change her about in terms of that throat latch and chest.
Over on the Limousin and Lim-Flex side, the Grand Champion showman for the 2020 National Western Stock Show is Colton Barton. Congratulations, Colton Barton. On the Limousin side, we're going to hit the pause button on the show ring. We'll restart with the Medal of Excellence National Limousin Show at 1 o'clock. So we got about 25 minutes or so.
But sure, a good female that sits in the fourth herd. One of the greener ones that we've seen, and that's okay because I think she's going to be a nice bud. Really well balanced, really feminine headed. I love
Real quick, they'd like to remind everyone on the Limousin side to mark your calendars for the 2020 National Junior Limousin Show and Congress at All-American Limousin Futurity. It's coming up in West Monroe, Louisiana. Home of Duck Dynasty, I believe. June 27th through July 3rd. They thank Louisiana Limousin Breeders Association for their hard work and efforts, but that's this summer, West Monroe, Louisiana. Party of the Century, they're calling it.
Thank you. Placings in Class 104A. First place is 6385. BLC Senior Courtney 524G owned by Brink Livestock. Second place, JBV Janali 996G owned by Rowdy Etchison from Headley, Texas. Third place, Miss CEF 996 owned by Colt Pittman, Canadian, Texas. Fourth place is entry 6381, Gretchen owned by Wendy Husterman, Palmer, Kansas, and that's a heifer that will be selling in the national sale in Fort Worth on Sunday. Fifth place, entry 6383, BYB Ms. G04, owned by Brickyard Blondie, Coleman, Alabama. Sixth place, entry 6382, BLC Maribel 454G, owned by Judd Scouten, Piedmont, Kansas. And seventh place, entry 6384, JBB Gentry, 989G, owned by Jose Antonio Nunez, Amherst, Texas. Now in the ring, we have Class 104B, January 2019 Junior Heifer Calves. And if you're looking at your catalog, entry number 6379 is a scratch.
In this second class of spring yearling heifers, we're going to start the class off with this black female here. I think when she comes into the ring, she's a heifer that offers you more extension, more shape, a little bit more just femininity, a little bit cleaner in her lines. Really appreciate how she maintains that level top line and how she comes from how she ties that neck into those shoulders. I think she's a little bit smoother made up front, very functional female. The female that we're going to follow her up with is no doubt very wide. I really appreciate the depth and the power in this female. She's got plenty of ribs. She ties into that flank really pretty and comes into that hip. However, when she's on the move, she kind of wants to get a little tight in that hind end. Just want to loosen her up there and maybe just stretch her up just a little bit in that neck. But I think overall, just a very functional female.
To be really competitive, but there's some things about her that I like. I like her bone, her footwork, her levelness down the top line. Really about a high-performing female. Love the body, love the depth to that rear flank. Just gets a little higher in her spine, or off in her hooks to pins. Just need to balance that one up all the way through. But three really, really nice females. Darn sure good.
Up next, the single entry for Class 110 Junior Yearling Heifers. Here's results on Class 109B, our second class in this division, Spring Yearling Heifers. First place, 57.25, Darlin Cattle Company, Pierce, Minnesota. Second, 57.24, WGF Scarlet, Sierra Steinlicht, Valley Falls, Kansas. Once again, up the next, Class 110 single entry, Junior Yearling Heifer. This one born February 26, 2018. After this, Junior Heifer Division Championship with our judge, Angela Visco from Winnemucca, Nevada.
Third place, 63.77, is HHR Gabby, owned by Cambry Pittman, Canadian, Texas.
The final heifer that comes in, the final heifer for this division that comes in the ring for this class, I think, is a heifer that offers a lot of growth. I appreciate the extension of her frame and the width and the power that she has. When you get in from behind, she kind of wants to get those hocks turned in just a little bit and toe out. Like to make her also a little bit looser in that hind end as she moves, get a little more flex in those joints. But I think in terms of her extension in that front 1/3, she's really attractive, and she ties that back into a nice broody rib.
Here's results on Class 110 Junior Yearling Heifers. First place, 57.28, JVM Cattle Company, Pella, Iowa. Up next, first and seconds back in the ring from Classes 109A, B, and 110 for the Junior Heifer Division Championship. Our judge, Angela Visco from Winnemucca, Nevada, grew up on a commercial cow-calf ranch in northern Nevada, attended Kansas State University for her bachelor's and master's degrees, and also participated in the livestock judging team while there. Currently, she's the marketing and sales director at the Bull Stud Origin in Billings, Montana. Angela Visco from Winnemucca, Nevada, our judge for this Junior Heifer Division Championship for the South Devon Show.
The second class at the ground, she excels all of them out here. I'll be the first to admit. She's so good in terms of her structure and her balance and her lines. I guess if you want to pick on that one, she gets a little flatter, and her overall muscle appearance, a little flatter in her rib cage. But if you want one that's sound-footed and neat-looking from a profile view, that one sure grabs your attention. Highly presented one there in the third class, big-footed and big-boned and stout and bold when you step behind her. Really neat in terms of the profile. Just gets a little straight when you study it from at the hock and down to the ground, but sure, a neat-looking one that I love the extra extension she has. Young man got a heifer that I like that one quite well and talked pretty high on that one just in terms of the curvature to her rib cage, the power that she has. She's feminine, and with that much power, she gets around the ring and motors extremely nice. So four very, very high quality set of females. I'm going to take one look at them one more time, and then we'll find your champion result. But please put your hands together for a new first division of heifers that we've had today.
Our junior calf champion, full-blood purebred heifer, is entry number 6376, shown by Robert Conway, and she is JBB Gala 905G. I announced that wrong. I had the right one. JBB Gala 905G. And the reserve junior calf champion is entry 6373. STX Parsons Diva 912G ET, also shown by Robert Conway the fourth.
Just a single entry, we won't spend much time because you'll see her come back bold, stout, square, one from the blade back. She gives you a lot of good things about her. Love her midway about her. So she comes on the top part of the spine with a lot of curve and just boldness. Big cows just written all over. Look forward to seeing that one come back. Congratulations to that single entry.
Winning class 105, entry 6389. Miss JMS Stella, F118, shown by Jalen Smith of Rosebud, Arkansas. Coming in next will be Class 106, senior heifer calves born in September and October 2018. And exhibitors and spectators, take note, our judge has asked that we have 3 single entries classes in Class 109, 110, and 111 in one division. And we are going to bring all 3 of those animals in at the same time. They will each be a class winner. And she'll talk them individually, and then we'll pick our champion from those 3. So we're getting pretty close to Grand Champion full-blood purebred heifer. So if you've got a division winner, you need to be up here with them at this time.
Pretty easy place to lay your hat on. High quality and just everything I like in cattle.
All right, for our junior heifer division here in the South Devons, I think we've got 3 females that are offer different types. They offer different functionality. It comes down, I think, to these 2 heifers here for our division. Both heifers, I appreciate the look and the power they give. I think one heifer has a little bit more bone circumference than maybe the other, but then the other may have a little bit more fluidity in her movement and a little bit more style to her. And so I think for the division, we're going to go with this heifer here. Appreciate the depth and the spring of rib in this heifer. And when she moves, like her to loosen up just a little bit, maybe just fill those tracks a little bit more at ease. But when you get behind her, you really appreciate her width and her dimension. It's a heifer that I think you could do a lot with. And a little bit different type with the heifer that I think I'm going to follow her up with is the heifer from the 3rd class. Excuse me. Heifer that I think maybe offers a little bit more muscle shape than our division winner. I think it's a heifer that might be a little bit more, offer a little bit more frame, a little bit more growth there. What I'd like to work on her with is just when she's on the move, she wants to be a little bit tighter in that hip. She doesn't quite feel her track as easy, but both two very functional females that I think would work in the exhibitor's herds.
Here's results on that Junior Heifer Division Championship. First place comes from Class 109B, 5725, DLCC Loop 51F, Darlin Cattle Company, Pierce, Minnesota. Reserve Champion Junior Heifer comes from Class 110, 5728, MJB, Miss Defender, JVM Cattle Company, Pella, Iowa. Up next, we have one class within the next division, the Senior Heifer Division. 2 entries coming in Class 111, Senior Yearling Heifers. Born July through December 31st, 2017. This will also be your division championship for Senior Heifer. Judge once again, Angela Visco from Winnemucca, Nevada. We're in a short pause on the limousine side of the show ring. We'll restart at 1 o'clock with the National Limousin Medal of Excellence show. 15 minutes before that begins.
Coming into the ring now, we have 3 single entry classes. We're going to bring them in together. Each will be a class winner. We've got Class 109 leading off there. She is an April 2018 heifer. Behind her is Class 110. Entry 6394 is a March 2018 heifer. And coming in the ring now is 6396, and she is a February 2018 heifer. So again, each of these will be a class winner. And our judge will be evaluating them and talking about them and placing from this group, picking our junior champion full-blood purebred heifer. Division winners, we need you at the show arena. We'll be having Grand Champion heifer next. And if you have group classes, you need to have those up here. We won't be holding up waiting on group classes. We'll do those before we do pictures. So all of you with group classes, get them to the show ring.
We're going to talk about each one of these 3 high-quality cattle to round out the show today, and then celebrating them individually. I thought it'd just be more simple to bring them in here as a division and still visit about each one of them as a class winner. The heifer that won the first class, I think it was bold, and that one's stout. Her mid-body and shape and her power when you get behind her is pretty unique. I guess if you want to pick on her, maybe a little more shoulder than I like, and gets a little tight there to feel than heart and weak there behind her belly, but she's got a big calf in her, and you can tell because she's starting to push that air. I just appreciate how stout she is. Maybe not as neat and headed and necked and feminine as some other ones in here, but you have to appreciate so much that she brings to the table. After that comes out of second class there in the middle, she's the one that's a more extended female. She's the one that's a little longer-sided, a little feminine-headed, and really good in her throat latch and all the way down into her chest. I love the balance that one has. I guess for me, if you want to pick on her, maybe not as wide-pinned as a heifer that's in front of her, but that's okay. I don't think they need to be the biggest ended ones out here for females. I just like that one's femininity. I think that one's awfully neat from the profile view. The quality in production compliments to the exhibitor. In terms of getting cattle ready for show, we kind of push that due date back further. And you better help that little girl. Compliments to them, like I said, in terms of you push that due date back and when we're showing these cattle, but for them, they got that cow in production, so that says something that they're still raising calves, and cows put all their energy in terms of raising a nice little bull calf. I think a cow that's got a nice little udder underneath her just gives, when you bring her back out here, she's in work. She's in her working clothes and gives up the extra substance and power, but 3 really, really nice females. I think you could do a lot of different things. For me, I've been on that feminine-headed kick here, and
good in the made ones that have the extra length. The heifer that comes out of the middle class, she's going to be a champion, and then we're going to come grab this booty stout one, and you're going to be reserved. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
We have two red heifers here in the ring that I think both are a little bit different in their type. I think they both offer, however, they have that length. This heifer here at the head of the class here, she'll be our first place. She offers that growth. You appreciate that about her. You appreciate the extension of her. I like to clean her up just a little bit more into that chest floor, but I like how she keeps her width down her top. The heifer, however, I would structure-wise, I would like to get a little bit more angle to that front shoulder, give her a little bit more flex as she takes out, or she reaches out and takes that step. Give her just a little bit more reach there, a little bit more fluidity. The heifer that we're going to use in second, this heifer, I think just in today's class she gets outperformed a little bit, but I really appreciate the length of neck on her. I think she might feel her track a little bit easier, but she still kind of wants to drop those pins when she's on the move. But when you get behind this female, she's got a lot of rib shape. She's got that really good springer rib, and it makes a good project for this young man.
Thank you, Angela. Here are the results on Class 111, Senior Yearling Heifers, and your Senior Heifer Division Championship. First place in Champion 5730, Mistletoe, Sierra Steinlicht, Valley Falls, Kansas. Second in Reserve, 5729, Mystic Echo, Chase Terry, Winchester, Kansas. Up next, we move to cow-calf pairs, Class 301. This will also be Grand Champion female selection. We'll follow this. Cow-calf pair class, then we'll have the Grand Champion female selection.
Could you send her back here to pick up her last item?
Before we find you a grand and reserve you in the show, please put your hands together for a very strong competitive breed. You know, we might not have the numbers that we compare to some other breeds, but that's okay in my mind, because if you get 3 division winners that have this much quality, as well as reserves behind them, that's neat. That says something about the association, says something about your cattlemen along the ringside, what you're doing. 3 really good cattle, and I think they're different in some kinds, but they're similar at the same time. And if it comes out of first division, very neat. Feminine headed, good necked and shouldered, one that's just got that neat look from the profile view, and then when you set that one in motion, she gets around so well. I just love the way her front end's assembled, and the way she kind of bends that knee and gets out there and reaches. One that's making the circle, I love from the profile view as well. From her blade back, so big body and deep, long in terms of the hooks to pins, her hip and her leg structure is ideal. Maybe a little flatter in the upper part of the rib cage compared to 2 heifers on either side of it, but that's okay. I think that's not her kind. She's one that's just a really feminine, bold, mid-rib female that's just sound structured and the most unique in terms of the type and kind out here. And the heifer that we just talked about, big topped and big ended and bold and just square all the way through. Maybe not as good in terms of a pasture set as the 2 heifers that are in front of her, maybe not as feminine headed as the 2 heifers in front, but being an older heifer and still keeping that fresh in her condition aspect, that says something to the young lady. You've done a nice job of keeping that one's chest in there. I just appreciate the stoutness that one has. Competitive breed, a competitive lineup. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll find you a champion reserve here. One more time, give these kids a round of applause.
I always appreciate seeing a, whoops, not to scare 'em. I always appreciate seeing a cow-calf pair come back to the show ring, because I think it's the true test of the cow's production potential. You know, we're estimating what these heifers will do, but I appreciate being able to see what a cow can do, because inevitably this is the function of the cow herds in our country. We want them to produce quality calves, and I think that female has done that today. You really appreciate, when we talk about the female herself, you really appreciate her levelness and that depth of rib, and she maintains a really good udder. Really like the suspension of that, and the way, and then the way she's built, the way she comes back. She might be just a tick tied off of that hind end, but nevertheless, I think when you look at her calf and you see the production that she does, this heifer calf that was in our very first class, you know, she offers a lot of traits that, you know, point her towards a good direction, and I think a very functional pair.
Group classes, and then do the photos. First group class is Produce of Dan. So if you have your
Result on
Produce
Class
of Dan
301
here,
cow-calf pairs, first place
J.B.
5738.
Show cattle, Bruno
JVM
Brown.
Cattle Company, Pella, Iowa. Up next, Open Show Female Grand Champion selection with our judge, Angela Visco from Winnemucca, Nevada. She grew up on a commercial cow-calf ranch in northern Nevada, attended Kansas State University for a bachelor's and master's degree, and participated in the livestock judging team while there. Currently, she's the marketing and sales director at the Molstud Origin in Billings. Angela Visco from Winnemucca, Nevada, our judge for this Grand Champion and Reserve Champion selection on the South Devon Show. All our champion reserves will be coming back from our divisions for that. And we're just a few moments away from restarting on the limousine side, the National Limousin Medal of Excellence show. Tell you more about our judge and our first class in just a few moments.
This is our Produce of Dan. First place will be All Good Show Cattle. And second place is J. Bar Bonby. All Good's cow is AAA Diva 6311Y. And J. Bar's second place produce is out of Miss JF Grace May L102. The next class will be Get a Sire. We need 3 animals, all by 1 sire.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we get set for the National Limousin Medal of Excellence show, our judge is Scott Bush from Britton, South Dakota. Graduate of South Dakota State University, grew up on a purebred Angus operation specializing in bull sales. Farming, the corn, bean, alfalfa, and wheat is what they raise. Currently, he's a partner in the Bush Angus with his dad, Jim. They manage the cattle side of their operation. Favorite part about the livestock industry is the people. He enjoys meeting and the continued friendships throughout the years. He likes the challenges the industry gives us. Feels it's important to move with the advanced technology while still staying focused and driven. He is a fifth-generation farmer. Our judge for the 2020 National Limousin Medal of Excellence show from Britton, South Dakota, Scott Bush. Scott Bush. Our first class will be class number 1, Division 1 females.
And we do want to thank some of our help in the ring today. Nancy Emery has been over here railroading the make-ready area.
So thank you again to the South Devon Group for having me here to judge your show. It's been a privilege and an honor. You know, I'd like to go through and just kind of talk about each female before I select the champion. I think we've come to a grand drive of females that are all kind of different types, and I think you know, there's different types that work for everybody. With this heifer here that was in our first class, this black heifer, you really have to appreciate this heifer, especially from the side. When you see her extension and that front third, the way she carries it back and the way she moves, she's a very fluid, very easy moving heifer. There's a lot of things to like about her. This red heifer from the second division, also a heifer that just has a really, really pretty brutal, like a broody maternal type of look to where I really appreciate this heifer when she, especially when she comes into that rib and ties that into that flank and into that hind end. And I think on the move too, she moves very well. The red heifer that's back there, you get a lot of extension with her. She's pretty big framed for her age, and she has that extension down her top, and she carries that width back through her pins. The heifer here, when we start getting into the bigger heifers, there's a lot to like about this heifer. She kind of combines that power with that style. You really appreciate that length of her neck and so forth, and how she comes down into that chest floor, and on the move, you really appreciate her there as well. The heifer that was in the division behind her, you like her too, just, you know, from the look. There's a lot of things to like about her as well. Really appreciate the strong top line that she has, the way she carries the cleanliness down her neck and into that chest floor, and she's got good rib. She carries that back pretty well. This red heifer here, she offers probably our larger framed heifer here, offers a lot of growth. She's really long in her lines. She's got a lot of extension. And then with this pair, you just appreciate the production of the female and the look to her and the broodiness and the depth of rib and the udders capabilities there as well. So I'll go through and select our grand champion female.
Those comments once again from our judge on the South Devon side of the show ring, Angela Vesco.
all together. I think she's a great heifer to win this show. I'll go through and select your reserve now.
Your Grand Champion female comes out of Class 107. It's 57-22, Fraser Maybelline. Helena Fowler, Lewisdown, Montana. It's also out of the Summer Heifer Division. That'll move 57-47 in contention for reserve.
We get back over here to start our Limousin show out here, and I'm sure it's going to be an exciting day, and I hope to see some people fill in because we're going to see some awful good cattle. And we certainly see that in the first trio of females we see out here today. You know, as we look at this, 3 females, we definitely got some age differences out here. We got Mays to Junes out here to evaluate, but for me, we have that heifer to lead off with an extreme amount of balance. And when I talk about balance, I say the way she comes in out of that shoulder, and she's so true blue down that top, big, open, square hip about her. For me, in this class in particular, she's definitely got that advantage when she hits the ground and navigates away from him. Easy place for me to start. Congratulations. Then we get into a little bit of a closer pair, I think, and they're very different and they're kind when you stand back and evaluate them. But I think for me, the black heifer here has just got a little bit more to her. She's got just a notch more rib shape. She comes out of that bottom of that chest floor into the mid portion of that rib just a little bit better. I like her silhouette when you view her from the side. I like the way she ties into the top of that shoulder. Maybe for me to get her into that first place today, when she hits the ground, I'd just like to see just a notch more softness, a little bit more give to that rear hock. Then we end up with the red heifer here, and I'd say this heifer's got a lot of good things. I mean, she's got a lot of performance. She's definitely one of the bigger size scaled kind of females in the class. Really admire her length of body. But for me, she's just got to get herself back together. I think she's got a little bit more growth curve, and I don't think that's a bad thing. But we just need to get her just a little bit more comfortable, maybe just a notch more rib shape. But that's an awful nice trio of heifers to start off our Limousin show this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Bush. I'll get to those results on your class in just a moment. Catch us up on the reserve champion female for the South of Devon. 57-18, good golly, Miss Molly, Emma Ganek from Malin, Oregon. That's a reserve champion. They're going to have a picture break, then they'll get the open show bulls in a few moments. Now go back over to the Medal of Excellence Limousin show. Our first class, the results, entry, our class number 1. First place, 43-38, Rowdy Berry, Port Orchard, Washington. Second, 43-37, Madison Craig, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. And third, 43-39, Ashley Sue Corns, Altoona, Kansas. Up next, Class 2, Division 1, females, Limousin. Judge once again, Scott Bush from Britain, South Dakota.
We get into our second class of Limousin heifers out here, and boy, you really brought some power in this class. And I think we got 2 heifers in this top end that certainly have some talking points, and they got that superiority quality within this own class. But for me, I got that heifer to start. And when she come into the ring, she's got that wow factor, that nice look up through that front end, the way she ties up all nice and high. But for me, where she wins is when you get behind her and get right down her top. She's just got so much integrity right behind that shoulder, big open hip about her. She sets that hind leg down with a lot of cushion to that rear passion, all that balance. I think for a May heifer, she's plenty good size. That's my class winner. Congratulations. Then we get into heifer here in second. I think this heifer is very intriguing. I think this is a heifer that's got a lot of breeding pieces to her. For me, there's no question she's got a little bit more performance, maybe just a notch more grow. I like her stoutness of bone as you compare to the heifer right in front of her. Maybe just got a little bit more chest floor. She might be just a little further ahead in her maturity curve, and maybe a lot with a little bit of her flesh too. I like to lean her up just a notch, but you like the power, you like the cow. That's an awful good heifer to be putting here in second. Then we get to the big stout one here in third, and then again a heifer that's got all that size and scale and that performance. You love the length of body, the squareness of hip. As you look at that pair right in front of her, there's no question for me. We'd certainly like to make her just a little bit more angular, maybe just feminine her up just a little bit up through that head and that neck. That trio would get tighter. And then we end up with the red heifer. Standing still, I like the economic traits of this heifer. She's stout, she's deep, she's square. For me, it's just when you get her on the move. She wants to get that tail head up, get a little bit short on both ends. But man, that's a really good class for only 2 classes so far. Very good top pair of females on top.
Next in the ring will be class number 3, Division 1 females for the Limousin Show. Here's the results on class 2. First place, 43-44. Macy Ratliff, Westphalia, Kansas. Second, 43-45. Madison Craig, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Third, 43-49. Bruce Lawrence, Anton, Texas. Fourth, 43-41. Jace Wilder, Snook, Texas. In your programs, the placings for class 2 are as follows. 4, scratch, scratch. 1, 2, 3, scratch. Top of the next page, class 3 coming in the ring. Birth dates May 22nd through April 9th, 2019. Class 3, Division 1 Limousin, our judge Scott Bush from Britain, South Dakota. We're in a picture break on the South Devon Show. When we resume, it'll be the Open Show Bulls, Class 202, which is a single entry and single class within the Spring Bull Calf Division. That'll lead things off when they restart on the show ring to my right.
All right, in the single entry class, we've got a bull calf here that I think you appreciate the bone and the width in this bull. When you get behind him, you appreciate how that muscle comes down into his stifle. He's got a lot of shape there. Would like to loosen him up in his forearm, give him a little bit more shape. I think he's still a touch on the green side, and like to see how that bull develops.
As we're back underway here for the Open Show Bulls on the South Devon side, first place for Class 202 and your Spring Bull Calf champion is Darlin Cattle Company, Pierce, Minnesota, with gold medal. Up next, 2 entries in Class 203. This will also be the Junior Bull Calf Division Championship. Our judge once again, Angela Visco from Winnemucca, Nevada.
Certainly another nice class in our Class 3 out here. We're going to end the Marches, the April females out here, and no question for this class. We got that one that you really want to sink your teeth into. I like her size, her scale. I like the performance this female has for her age. I like the soundness and the squareness of bone and that big old foot underneath her and the way she bounces up from front to end. Easy place to start in this class. Go ahead and walk her out. Then we get into a logical second. I think this heifer's got a tremendous amount of good to her. She got into a tough one right in front of her, but future's on this female's side. I like the way when she gets that head pulled out of her, that front end comes out extremely well. The way she ties up and sets back in that shoulder is certainly an advantage within this particular class. For me, I guess I'd like to just change her a little bit in her tail head. If we could just set that down just a little bit more, I think you'd bring that balance from front to back just a notch better. But that's an awful good female there in second. And then I think we get real close for me in this third and fourth place heifers, and we definitely have some differences. But the young lady's heifer, what I like, she's got the balance, she's got the structural integrity. She's just not quite there yet. A little bit more immature, maybe a little bit further behind in her weight per day of age compared to some of these heifers. But all that scale and that structural integrity from front to back, we'll certainly see this heifer coming along and certainly moving up within every class. Then the young man's heifer right there. I tell you, I like the power this female has. She's extremely shapy down her top. I like how explosive she is from her hooks to her pins, especially when you get behind her. But I just like to see her just a notch more comfortable off both ends. Knock that tail head, probably bring that loin up just a notch just to balance her out. Then we end up with the young man's heifer here in the end, and the heifer that's got a lot of length of body. Again, a heifer that's got a little bit more size and scale. When he gets her stopped and gets her pulled together, she gives you a nice silhouette to her, but she's got just a little bit more, just a little bit more bone underneath her as far as I see a little bit more growth curve on down the line for her when you set her in motion, and she tracks away from you. She wants to get plenty narrow as compared to some females in this class. That was a really nice class. Really like that heifer to start off with.
On the Limousin side, Medal of Excellence show, Class 3 results. First place, 43.60, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second, 43.58, J&J Cattle, Snook, Texas. Third, 43.59, Hannah Hooper, Hale Center, Texas. Fourth, 43.54, Spencer Wilder, Snook, Texas. Fifth, 43.52, Ben Spencer, Gibbon, Nebraska. Program placings for Class 3 are as follows: 5-4 scratch, 2-3-1 scratch. Up next, Class number 4, Females Division 1. Birth dates March 2nd through March 8th, 2019. After this, Division 1 Championship.
In our class of spring bull calves here, I think we have two bulls that are fairly similar, and you look at their data, and these bulls are within a pound of each other. The black bull that we're going to use as our class winner, he's just a little bit ahead on his performance, on his weight per day of age. This is a bull that I think you can appreciate him for the top that he has, for how he comes out of that shoulder. He's got some width there. You appreciate the thickness of bone that he has. When he's on the move, he tends to fill that track, but he's got a little bit more set to his hocks than what I prefer. But he still can move, and he's got the extension as well. This red bull that I'm going to use in second, there's a lot of things I like about this bull, especially when you get behind him. I think he has a little bit more shape, a little bit more power there. He's just not quite as smooth made as maybe that other bull. I'd like to loosen him up in his forerib and just blend them together just a little bit nicer.
There's a result on the South Devon side for Class 203 Spring Bull Calves in your Junior Bull Calf Division Championship. First place in champion 57-34, Gold Dust, Darlin Cattle Company, Pierce, Minnesota. Second in the class and reserve Junior Bull Calf Champion 57-33, Marshall. That is KNN Farms, Bay City, Wisconsin. Up next, Class 211 Senior Yearling Bulls. We have two single entry classes coming up next in that senior bull division. So our first class is 211. September 25th, 2017 is the birth date on this first class. But two classes within this division. Huge thanks to the special person that is taking care of our awards on the South Devon Junior Show, Junior Ambassador. She's helping out in the Open Show, Jillian Kneep from Mount Ayr, Iowa. Thank you, Jillian. You're doing a great job.
All right, in the senior yearling bull, the single entry bull that we have here, I think you can appreciate the length and extension of this bull. He's fairly long spined. Move in. All right, get some help out here. All right, and so like I said, I think you can appreciate the bull for his extension and his length. You know, he's got, it stays pretty level down his top. I'd like to loosen him up in that hind end. You know, he has quite a bit of base width in his shoulders, but he doesn't quite carry that back through his hind end. But a bull that can work in a producer's herd.
Back over here on the Limousin side of things, we certainly got a powerful class of March heifers, and it's definitely a really nice class for me to evaluate because we certainly have those differences. But wow, we got a powerhouse to start this one off. You know, a heifer at this age and having that big of feet and being so advanced in her bone makeup and her hip structure and blending that together with all that balance and that power and seeing some matron value in that female. She does it from front to back. Easy place for me to start. Congratulations. Then I think it gets a little closer in these next couple here, but for me, the young man's heifer coming next, she really hits me really hard when you view her from the side. She gives you that nice silhouette. When he gets that head and neck pulled out of her, she's got just a little bit more circumference of bone than some heifers right below her, but I love her hip structure when he gets her parked, the way she's so square from hooks to pins, the way that tail head sits down there and still has that integrity down the top and being strong out through that loin. I think that heifer's got a nice balanced look. Now, I'll be the first one to admit when you get behind her, she maybe gets just a notch more base narrow when you moves away, but I think the advantages from structure from front to back, I definitely had to put her there in second. Then the heifer coming in here in third. Maybe it's not as bloomy as a pair of heifers right in front of us, but boy, she's got an awful lot of structure to her. Probably not as nice, as looking up through that front end. Maybe a notch more chest to her, but you certainly like how big and open up she is in her rib cage, how square she is from hooks to pins. I really admire that long, easy step that heifer has. Again, that's an awful good heifer to have to put here in third. Then the young lady's heifer coming here next. Again, that's a heifer that's got some length of body to her. I like how she comes out of that chest floor. I guess for me, I'd like to tuck that tail head down, maybe just give her just a notch more flexibility in those rear two. But again, a heifer that's got some stoutness and it's got some squareness from hooks to pins, especially right behind them shoulders. Then we end up into a really tough class here today, but a heifer to me comes just a little bit more terminal looking. You definitely admire her squareness and her stoutness and her circumference of bone, but we certainly need to get just a little bit more size and scale to that heifer for her to compete in this class. Again, that was a really good class. Really like that one to start off with.
Catches up on results real quick on the South Devon side before she gets ready for the Mike Class 211 Senior Yearling Bulls. First place on last class, 57-36. Darlin Cattle Company, Pierce, Minnesota. In the ring with her right now, our judge is Class 212, 2-year-old bulls. Single entry after this Senior Bull Division Championship.
All right, and our final single entry class for the bulls today. I think we've got a bull that offers a lot of power and a lot of shape. You appreciate how he comes out of those shoulders and keeps that that muscle and that width back to his pins and down his legs and down into that stifle. And you appreciate him too when you look at him from the side. I think he's a pretty smooth-made bull, and he also has some extension, so we appreciate him for that. He's just a little bit, when he's on the move, I'd like to loosen him up a little bit there, but overall, very stout, very big bone bull.
Result on Class 212, 2-year-old bulls, first place 57-37. JVM Cattle Company, Pella, Iowa. Up next, Senior Bull Division Championship, first place animals from classes 211 and 212. Back in the ring with our judge, Angela Visco from Winnemucca, Nevada. Back over on the Limousin side in the ring at this time, this is your Division 1 Limousin Drive. Division 1 Championship. Here's the results going back to class number 4. First place, 43-67, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second, 43-69, Brady Edge, West Branch, Iowa. In third, 43-66, a change in your program at Circle R, St. John's, Florida. Fourth, 43-71, that is B.F. Evans, Lake House Farm, Versailles, Kentucky. Fifth, 43-72, Kaylee White, Woonsocket, South Dakota. And your programs of placings for Class 4 are as follows: 3, 1, 2, 4, 5, scratch. Once again, this is Division 1 Championship in the ring. Classes 1 through 4. First and seconds in the ring with our judge, Scott Bush from Britain, South Dakota.
Well, we certainly had a lot of quality as we get up to our first division out here. We're looking at heifers for that started out in that June and May class up to the 1st of March. And I think when you stand back and look at the progression from age and going from front to back, you kind of see what I like. I like heifers that certainly give you that matron value, but I'm not scared to take one that's got a little extra pop and a little extra wow factor to her. And I like the feet and the bone makeup underneath these heifers out here, and just extremely happy the way that this lineup come out here. I think this division kind of breaks down pretty handily for me, for a champion. I think it gets really close when we get into our reserve. For me, there's some definitely different ways a person could go about it, but I'm going to go ahead and pick your champion within this division. Let's put our hands together. This is a heck of a division to start off your show. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
All right, before we get into the Grand Drive with our bulls here, we're going to do a division of our senior bulls. To win the division, we're going to use the 2-year-old bull here in the last class. I think when you put these bulls side to side, when you look at them frame size, they're pretty similar. And you know, when you look at their weight, the 2-year-old bull is 2088, and the senior yearling bull is about 2052. So there's not a big a weight difference between them, but I think when you look at them together, I think this 2-year-old bull is more of a complete package in terms of the mass and the stoutness of him. I think he's made a little bit smoother and a pretty good overall made bull. And like I said before, I would like to loosen him up in his skeleton, make him a little bit freer moving. The senior yearling bull, like I said before, I really appreciate the extension and the length of this bull. I think he is pretty long spine there. I would like to soften him up in his shoulder and make him a little bit looser made. And we'll move into your Grand Drive now.
Catch us up on results here. Apologies, we had our next judge come up for our next show. Division 1 Limousin Champion, 4367. That's out of Class 4. That's Larissa Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. In reserve for Division 1 comes out of Class 2. That is 4344. Ratliff Gossip, Macy Ratliff, Westphalia, Kansas. Up next for the Limousin will be our first class in Division 2, class number 5. Birth dates February 17th through February 26, 2019. Back over on the South Devon show. Senior Bull Champion comes out of Class 2, 125737. Easton, JVM Cattle Company, Pella, Iowa. The reserve comes from Class 211. That is Walkaway Joe, Darlin Cattle Company, Pierce, Minnesota. In the ring at this time with our judge from Winnemucca, Nevada, Angela Visco, is our Grand Champion, South Devon Bull, and Reserve Grand Champion selection. All the champions reserves back in the ring for that selection. We'll have a picture break after that, then we'll have Poundmaker Heifer Show as we continue on here in the Stadium Arena.
In the Grand Drive here for the South Devon bulls, I think we've got some bulls that I like something different about each one of these bulls. This bull here from our first class, I think he's a bull that probably moves the freest. I think he's the looser spine bull that moves with ease when he's on the lead. The bull from the second division, I think he's probably one that has a little bit more style to him. He's a little bit more extended up front, and you can appreciate him for his look. The bull that we used for the last division, I think this is a bull that combines a lot of muscle and a lot of power and a lot of shape to him. And you know, when it comes to selecting bulls, I think it's very important to emphasize structure, and I think it's very important to also emphasize the shape and the style of the bull. And you have to find the right combination that works for that. Sometimes, you know, you have a really free-moving, easy to look at type of bull. And you know, I think it's important as producers that we pick functional cattle that look good and also move good. So I'll go through and pick your champion in reserve.
Grand Champion South Devon Bull for the 20 turn. Comes out of the Senior Bull Division. That's 57-37 East. And your reserve grand champion for the 2020 National Western Stock Show for the South Devon Bull comes out of the Spring Bull Calf Division, Class 202. That's 57-32 DLCC Gold Medal, living up to its name. Darlin Cattle Company, Pierce, Minnesota. Quick picture break, and then we'll have the Poundmaker Heifer Show. When we resume with that, it'll be Class 401A Heifer Calves. We have two classes in that first division, Spring Heifer Calf Division, to kick things off when we restart on that side of the show ring. Once again, we'd like to thank our stadium arena sponsors. They include Saunders Construction, locally founded in 1972, now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in Colorado. Let's go down to the ring and get results on this class right here, class number 5.
Back over here in the Limousin side of things, we get out of a really good first division here of cattle, and then we go right into a really nice class. And my hat's off to the breeders. I keep putting along these good classes, but for me, again, we got that heifer that has that balance. Now, when you stand back and analyze this heifer, she's probably one of the longest bodied females we've seen in this class, but still has enough body to her and so much integrity down that top. And when you set that heifer in motion, the way she gets that head and neck out of them front shoulders, puts down them front feet, but still reaches that long step and that long skeleton, for me, I really like that. It's an easy place for me to start in this class. Then I think we get a little closer in this next pair, and when you start looking at the age of this deal, I like this young lady's heifer because I like her size and scale for the age. We're getting into the February group. We need to get a little bit more grow in these cattle, and I certainly like this one as far as her length of body. But for me, it sets her apart and gets her into that second place. How square her hip and the way she puts that tail head down into her. And the young lady does an exceptional job with her. This female's extremely fresh, really nice second place female in this class. Then we get into this next heifer here, and when you get behind this heifer, she surprises you. She's probably one of the stoutest females in the class, big open hip, certainly the widest pinned heifer, and I like the way that tail head sits in her. I just think when you start looking at that pair right in front of her, we just need just a notch more of her here today. But I think that heifer's definitely got the bone work and the growth pattern in there to do it. So far, we got a nice trio in this female class. Then we get in this young lady's heifer coming next. I like this heifer as far as her look. She gives you that nice long neck to her. You like how good top she is, good hip, very sound, very good at the ground. But for me, I just need a little bit more size and scale once again within this particular age group. And then we end up with a heifer here that's got a lot of economic factors. You like how deep she is, you like how stout she is, you like her bone work to her. For me, I just like to class her up just a notch more. Maybe make her a little bit more feminine about that head, and maybe make her just a little bit better about that tail head. But that ends up a really nice class to start off right after a really good division. Congratulations.
Up next, the ring for our Limousin Show, Division 2, Class 6. Dates February 9th February 2nd through February 9th, 2019. Here's the results on class number 5. First place, 43.79, Morgan Wise, Topeka, Kansas. Second, 43.74, Carlin Brett Sturgeon, Rocky, Oklahoma. Third, 43.80, Darian Rupert, Witt, Illinois. Fourth, 43.76, Lindsay Gulata, Independence, Louisiana. Fifth, 43.77, Carly Favor, Marshfield, Missouri. In your programs, the placings are 2, scratch 4, 5, 1, 3. Once again in the ring, Class 6, Division 2. Judge once again, Scott Bush from Britain, South Dakota. We have one more class after this, then the Division 2 Championship. Now, once again, going back to our sponsors, we want to thank them. Saunders Construction, founded in 1972, one of the largest and most stable construction companies in the state. Saunders offers well-paid positions with opportunities for career growth. So if you're looking for a new job or a new career, visit www.saundersinc.com for more information on career opportunities. Also want to thank John Deere, the official agriculture and turf equipment provider of the National Western. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now, and remember, nothing runs like a deer. Also, lunchtime, if you still haven't got anything to eat, and you got the urge for some great food while you're here at the National Western, don't forget the South Food Court, where you'll find mouth-watering ribs at Big Bubba's Bad Barbecue, and everything garlic at Garlicki's, and juicy hamburgers with all the fixins at Good Old Burger. Great service and great food at Big Bubba's. Also new this year, Stadium Arena sponsor is the Colorado Farm Show. They're proud to support the National Western, and they invite you to attend the 56th Annual Colorado Farm Show, January 28th, 29th, and 30th at Island Grove Regional Park in Greeley. If you eat it, drink it, or wear it, agriculture produced it. Colorado Farm Show brochures are available ringside or at the announcer stand, and we've got some cool bumper stickers too. Complete details are online at coloradofarmshow.com, and you can check out an online brochure and get all the information at coloradofarmshow.com as well. Thanks once again to our Stadium Arena sponsors, Colorado Farm Show, Big Bubba's, John Deere, and Saunders Construction.
Once again, we get into a real competitive class, and I think we definitely got this top pair to look at here, and there's no question we have a lot of differences in terms of maturity and size and where they're at in the stage of the game. And I guess, you know, we come to town today, and I'm going to take the power heifer to win this class. I think when you get behind her, she's definitely got the advantages in her hip. When you get behind her, she's got the widest pin. She's the biggest bone, very, very soft at the ground. But for me, what intrigues this heifer so much for me is the way she gets out of that front end. She really gets them 2 feet out there and really reaches and does it with such ease to me, does it with that cool look. Now, I'll be the first one to admit, she's got a little bit more brisket to her. We maybe like to tuck that back just a notch, but I like how soft and supple that rib shape is to her, especially through that middle portion. That's a nice place to start a very competitive pair in this top end. Then the young man coming here in second got there in the end of the line there, and he did a heck of a job of showing this female up. And boy, when this heifer's parked, she gives you that silhouette. She's really cool-headed and neck to her. I like the way that chest floor sits out there. This heifer is so good structured as far as so good down this top and so square about her hip, just not as far along as when you get behind her. I'd certainly like to make her just a notch stouter. I think that top pair get a lot closer than what it is here today, but so far we got a really good pair in this class. Then we get the young lady here in third, got into a tough pair right in front of her, and this heifer's kind of fighting her just a little bit, but man, she's got a nice female here to show. I think we got a lot of future in this heifer. I think when we get on down the line and get a calf in her and give her just a notch more softness, notch more rib shape, I think this heifer's really going to come along, but for me, that's a logical place to put there in third. Then we get the young man here in fourth, and this heifer's got a little disadvantage, got a little shorter ears on her, but I guess I've had some of those too, and I'm, you know, and that's just the way it goes. But when he gets her parked, do you like the way she sits in there in that front shoulder? She's extremely angular up there, but when you get behind her, it's just not as much top, just not as much power through that upper portion of that animal. That's a nice way to end a very competitive class. Awful good pair in the top end.
Here's the results on class number 6. For the Division II Limousin females. First place, 43.84, Macy Ratliff, Westphalia, Kansas. Second place, top of the next page, 43.87, Kyson, Ghana, Martell, Nebraska. Third, 43.83, Ashley Sue Corns, Altoona, Kansas. And in fourth, 43.86, Ben Spencer, Gibbon, Nebraska. Up next, our final class before the Division II Championship, it's Class 7. Class 7 coming in the ring. And we're back underway on the other side for the South Devon Show. This is Class 401A heifer calves. Let's go down to our judge, Angela Visco, for the results.
All right, we've got some nice heifers here. Who's starting off our Poundmaker heifer show. You know, 2 heifers here that I think are fairly different in their type. You know, we've got a heifer, the black heifer, that has a little bit more length and extension. And then we've got this yellow heifer back here that is maybe a little bit more moderate package, but has a little bit more shape and a little bit more depth and power to her. And for this class, we're going to use the lighter colored heifer here. I think what puts her over the other heifer in this instance is that when they're on the move, she's just a little bit sounder. I like how she fills her tracks a little bit more, and she offers just a little bit more shape and a little bit more power. And nothing to take away from this black heifer. I really do appreciate her smoothness and her femininity. I think she's a very pretty heifer. But like I said, when it comes to structure, she just wants to roach that top a little bit. She wants to get under herself just a little bit. But she still moves really good out of that front half, and she's really extended and really pretty in that front.
Up next, Class 401B on the Poundmaker Heifer Show. Here's the results on Class 401A heifer calves born in May and after. First place, 57 and 55, Hannah Kneck from Malin, Oregon. Second, 57-64, Carly McCracken, Alva, Oklahoma. As I mentioned, up next in the ring, Class 401B heifer calves born in April 2019. After this, we'll have the Spring Heifer Calf Division Championship. Judge once again, Angela Visco from Winnemucca, Nevada.
Now we get into this January class and Limousin side. Again, we got that heifer to really sink our teeth into. I just love how deep, sowy, soft this female is. You can see this kind of heifer in production, and she's so soft at the ground. She hits some grounds with all the flexibility in the world and so fresh in her appearance. This particular class, she runs away with it. Congratulations. Then we get a little bit, some differences to talk about in this line. The young lady's heifer coming here in second. For me, she comes at me just a little bit more terminal in her kind. But while saying that, you love the power. You love the hip structure. You like how wide pinned she is. Their circumference of bone. I just like to maybe get her just a little bit more matron looking especially when you get behind her and you see her through her twist down in her udder. I think that's why I need to move her back and put her here in second here today. Then we get into this heifer here in third. I'll be the first one to admit she doesn't have quite the power as that heifer right in front of her, right behind her, but this heifer is so long-bodied and so loose in her structure. I think when you give her time and the maturity sets in, I think this heifer is going to balance up extremely well. She's really wild-necked up to that front end. See a tremendous amount of future in that female. Young man we head into class with, this heifer is really big and stout. You like how wide-made she is. She's just full of rib, really soft about her look from the side. For me, it's when you get in front of her and behind her, she kind of gets out of her side of her track. And I think if she wasn't quite so full, she'd kind of pull them back in there. But again, that's a nice way to end this very competitive class.
Up next for the Limousin will be Division II Championship. First and seconds back in the ring from classes 5, 6, and 7. Speaking of Class 7, here's the results. First place, 43.89. McKenna Richardson, Eureka, Kansas. Second, 43.90. Riley Morris, Walnut Grove, Missouri. Third, 43.88. Marjan Farms, Earl Park, Indiana. Fourth, 43.91. Ben Spencer, Gibbon, Nebraska. Once again, this is your Division II Limousin Championship. First and seconds back in the ring. Our judge, Scott Bush from Britain, South Dakota. Graduate of South Dakota State University. Grew up on a purebred Angus operation specializing in bull sales. As far as the farming operation goes, they raise corn, bean, alfalfa, and wheat. He's currently the partner in Bush Angus with his dad, Jim. Manages the cattle side of the operation. Once again, our judge, Scott Bush, Britain, South Dakota. Keep in mind the official livestock photographer for the National Western is none other than Show Champions. Check out the pictures taken in the ring and at the backdrop and purchase pictures online at showchampions.com.
In this class of females, I really appreciate the structure quality. Collectively, I think as a group, they're probably, as a group, they're the sounder-made females that I've seen today. And there's some that you just like to be a little nitpicky and like them to be a little bit looser in a few areas. But we're going to go ahead and start the class off with this female here. When you look at her from the side, she just strikes you. She's got a lot of style. She's very pretty. She's got that just enough refinement where it just gives her a little bit of elegance, and she takes that back into a rib that carries back into a flank that you just really appreciate her for how she looks on the side in her profile. I'd like to widen her out just a little bit, but just a really easy moving female as well. The heifer in second, you definitely appreciate this heifer for her performance. I appreciate the muscle and the shape that she has. I like to smooth her out in the shoulder. I think she gets a little bold there. But in terms of movement, she works good, and she's a very long and extended female. These two heifers down here, I think, are very similar in type. You know, they both have really good qualities. I appreciate the rib and the movement in these two females. I think they both offer really good extension. Just really pretty females, but I think they just get a little bit outperformed today.
We get back over here in the Limousin side. We're into our second division here, and boy, the quality just keeps on coming, and I certainly appreciate the breeders and exhibitors, these cattle so far, for bringing them like that to me. It certainly makes it fun and challenging at the same minute. We only got 3 classes in this division, and we got some differences out here, but I think this division shakes down pretty easily in my mind for the one I'm going to go ahead and use. And then I think it gets really tight. I think, as you go back and look at your seconds over there, I think we see a lot of useful kind of females, some females that are maybe just a little bit different stage of the game here today as far as pounds or maturity or something like that. But that's all right. I mean, not everybody's aiming for the same particular goal here at the same time. But with that, we've talked about them in class. Once again, put our hands together. Heck of a division. Really good set of cattle. Go pick your Grand Reserve.
Division 2 Limousin Champion is 43.89 out of Class 7. Ratliff Gabby. McKenna Richardson, Eureka, Kansas. That'll move 43.90 in a consideration reserve. Back over on the Poundmaker Heifer Show in the ring. This is your Spring Heifer Calf Division Championship. Classes 401A and B in the ring. First and seconds. Speaking of 401B, here's the results. First place, 57.63, Brandon Van Wyk, Grinnell, Iowa. Second, 57.62, Darlin Cattle Company, Pierce, Minnesota. Third, 57.60, Abe and Renee Fick, Maiden Rock, Wisconsin. Fourth, 57.61, Jaylene Young, Klamath Falls, Oregon. Once again, Spring Heifer Calf Division Championship in the ring for the Poundmaker Heifers. Division 2 Limousin Reserve Champion comes out of Class 6, 43.84. Ratliff Gigi, Macy Ratliff, Westphalia, Kansas. Our judge is Scott Bush from Britain, South Dakota. Up next will be Class number 8, single entry for Division 3. We have 4 classes in this division. First one, once again, Class 8. This one born December 26, 2018, a single entry.
We get out of the last really good division here, and once again, we might have a single entry, but certainly a lot of quality in this female. End of December heifer, and coming into her age, that's kind of getting into a tough age group this time of year, and boy, she does it with a really elegant look to her. You love all the power in the body this female has. Love how cool hip she is. But for me, when you set her in motion, the way she hits that ground, the way she flexes, so nice and soft in that fresh package, it's too bad we don't have a class to compare with her out here today. Congratulations.
There's a result on Class number 8, female, Division 3 Limousin. First place, 43.92, Ratliff Giggles, Macy Ratliff, Westphalia, Kansas. Up next, Class 9, female, Division 3. Birth dates range November 2nd through November 11th, 2018.
In our first division here with the pound making heifers, we've got a couple females here that I think are fairly functional. We're going to have this black heifer be the division winner. Like I said, when she was in class, I think that she just has a lot of style, a lot of eye appeal. She's just a really pretty, smooth-made heifer. The heifer that I'm going to follow up with her for the division is going to be the red heifer here. I think there's a lot of performance in her, and I really appreciate how she ties that rib back into that flank.
Spring Heifer Calf Division Championship. Your champion is 5763 out of Class 401B, JVM Go-Go, Brandon Van Wyck, Grinnell, Iowa. The reserve champion Spring Heifer Calf comes from the same class as your champion. That is 5762 DLCC Goldie, Darlin Cattle Company, Pierce, Minnesota. Up next, our first class of 2 within the Junior Heifer Calf Division, Class 401C Heifer Calves, born March 1st through March 31st, 2019.
We get into this November class out here, and we definitely got some different shapes and kinds and different patterns out here to look at. But for me, there's no question we got this one once again to really get excited about. This heifer's just got a tremendous amount of foot quality underneath her. I like her bone structure, the way she flexes off both hands for that amount of power, but she's so good top, got that nice angularity to the shoulder. I maybe like to stretch out, just make her a little longer neck for me to hear today, but boy, well, that matron value about her, easy place to start in this class. You get the heifer there in second. I tell you, this young man does a nice job, and they really got her ready here today, and maybe just a notch more moderate for her age here for me, but a heifer that is so feminine, so good shouldered, very sound at the ground, very balanced. Just need to see her in just a little bit more size and scale as compared to that heifer right in front of her. Then we get the big power heifer here in third. Got into a tough pair right in front of her, but extremely long-bodied. That heifer's probably 2 ribs longer than we've seen in quite a while, and we really admire some things with that. But what I really like is when you set her in motion, she really covers that ground extremely well for that extended length of body. But maybe just like to make her balance up and just smooth her up from end to end, make her just a little bit sleeker in her design as that pair right in front of her. But once again, that's a really good trio of females. Really like that one we started off with.
Result on class number 9 on the Division III Limousine females. First place, 43.98, Kinnick Paulson, Preston, Iowa. Second, 43.97, Colt Parkinson, Levelland, Texas. Third, 43.96, Hannah Hooper, Hale Center, Texas. 3-2-1 on the placings. Our judge once again, Scott Bush from Britain, South Dakota. Up next, the ring class number 10, female Division III Limousine. Birth dates range October 9th through October 17th, 2018. Third class of 4 within the third division.
I think this class of heifer calves, excuse me, is a very functional group of females. We're going to start the class off with this black heifer. You know, when she walks in the ring, I think she probably just moves the best. She's just really kind of loose spine. I like how she feels that track. You know, I think she combines the power with the structure and with the length. She's a good one to start. This next heifer, you really like her from this side. I think she keeps her lines pretty level. Really appreciate how smooth she is. I'd like to widen up her natural base width there. Give her just a little bit more shape and power there when you look at her from behind. Maybe extend her up her ahead of her shoulder. But she's got a nice kind of broody maternal look to her. The heifer in third place here, you like her too. She moves really well. You know, I appreciate the length and extension of this female. I think it's pretty clean up front. Maybe just when she gets down to her chest floor, you might want to clean that up a little bit. And, you know, I'd like to see her maybe just a little bit longer hips, but, you know, when she's standing, she's got a good look to her, and on the move, I think she's fairly flexible. The young man's heifer down here, I think she's got some growing to do. I think she would, you know, still make a good cow. I appreciate the extension in her as well and the ease of movement with her. She might want to drop her pins just a little bit when she's on the move, but still a heifer that's got some potential.
Back over here in the Limousin side, again, we got a really nice set of October heifers out here, and really like this one. I'm going to start off with this white uddered heifer. Is just so smooth and powerful and square, and she's really good at the ground, flexible off of both ends, really puts that cow power together in a balanced package. Really like how fresh she is for being a fall in that October age group. She really does it extremely well. Congratulations. Then we get into our second and third, and I think we need to go ahead with the power and the size, the scale of that heifer there in second. You like her length of body. You like how big top she is. She's got an advantage in this class, especially behind her shoulder, how bold sprung she is. Maybe not quite as much swoop to that rib, and maybe just need to be a little bit softer right at them pasterns, but a heifer, I think, for me, is the logical second in this class. Then we get into heifer there in third, and you like her look. You like that silhouette she gives you from the side. I like how straight she is from top, especially behind them shoulders, the way she attaches in that front end. But as compared to that pair right in front of her for her age here today, I definitely want to see just a little bit more power, just a little bit more performance in that female to end up a really good class. Again, a really nice heifer to lead off with.
Catches up on results here on the Limousin side for Class 10, Division 3. First place, 4401, Alexa Montaigne, Elk Point, South Dakota. Second, 4400, Lindsay Gulata, Independence, Louisiana. Third, 4402, Hannah Ziegler, Bloomville, Ohio. The scratch was 4403. Placings are 2, 1, 3 scratch. Up next, Class 11, birth dates September 13th through the 27th, 2018. After this will be our Division III Limousin Championship selection. Over on the Poundmaker Heifer Show, in the ring is Class 401D Junior Heifer Calves, born January and February 2019. This is our last class in front of our Junior Heifer Division Championship. Going back to Class 401C Heifer Calves, here's the results. First place, 57-59, Darlin Cattle Company, Pierce, Minnesota. Second, 57-56. Darlin Cattle Company, Pierce, Minnesota. Third, 57-58, Shelby Krebs, Little Falls, Minnesota. Fourth, 57-53, Chase Terry, Winchester, Kansas. As I mentioned in the ring at this time with our judge, Angela Vesco from Winnemucca, Nevada. This is Class 401D Junior Heifer Calves, the last class in front of our division championship. Over on the Limousin side, our judge from Britain, South Dakota, Scott Bush.
In our junior heifer calf class over here on the South Devon side, I think we've got two females at the front that give you a lot of style and a lot of power. We're going to start the class with this red female. Really appreciate her for her clean front. She ties that back into a nice shoulder and a smooth rib, and I really appreciate how she carries just that maternal look all the way throughout. The heifer in second, very similar in type, I think. She's very pretty, very extended up front. I'd like to loosen her up just a little bit in that hind end, but still gives you a lot of rib shape and a lot of dimension. These two heifers down here, I think just might get a little outstyled today, unfortunately, but very functional, very practical females. They have a lot of extension and they move pretty good. Just could use a little bit more looser, be a little bit looser in that fore rib.
We get in this class of September's here, and I think we got a top pair in this class. I think are really close, and we just took one extra little lap here just to kind of feel a little bit better about your decision. And for me, this heifer I'm going to lead the class off with just got a little bit more foot, got a little bit more circumference of bone. She's stouter ended, but when she sets herself in motion, she doesn't duck them pins as much, and that's the advantage in this class. But I like the size and the length of body and the way that head comes out of the top of that shoulder just a notch better. I just think we got a little bit more balance and power in this female to start this class off. Then the young man coming there in second, and he's got this heifer just presented extremely well, and you like how fresh she is. When you stand back and start to analyze, not quite the amount of bone and foot size underneath this heifer, but for me, when she gets away from you, she wants to set those pins just down a little bit lower and get underneath herself, and that's what differentiates that top pair. But again, that's awful picky on a good pair of heifers in this so far in this class. Then we get the young lady here in third, and again, a heifer that's got a tremendous amount of length of body, and you like her circumference of bone underneath her. She's really rugged appearing in her stature, but with me, I just like to smooth her up, maybe just give her just a little bit more softness to her rib. I think that'd bounce her up just a notch more, but once again, that's an awful good pair to lead off in this class.
There's results on the Limousin side. Class 11, right in front of our Division 3 championship. Class 11, first place 4406, Morgan Wise, Topeka, Kansas. Second, 4405, Colton Barton, Jarrell, Texas. Third, 4404, J.C. Smith, Decatur, Arkansas. 3-2-1 on your programs. Next, the ring first and seconds from classes 8, 9, 10, and 11 for the Division 3 Limousin Championship with our judge, Scott Bush from Britain, South Dakota. Back over on the Poundmaker heifers. In the ring, this is your Heifer Calf Division Championship. Classes 401C and D, first and seconds in the ring. There's results real quick on Class 401D. First place, 57.55. JVM Cattle Company, Pella, Iowa, and Lower Grove Farm, New Sharon, Iowa. Second, 57.51. Wiley Fanta, Starbuck, Minnesota. Third, 57.52. Kylie Strandberg from Maynard, Minnesota. Fourth, 57.54. Minder Stock Farm, Buffalo Center, Iowa. Once again, this is your Junior Heifer Calf Division Championship for the Poundmaker heifers. Judges Angela Visco from Winnemucca, Nevada. And just a quick announcement, I know that in the programs it showed a start time of 2 o'clock for the miniature Zebu show, but that will have to follow one of these two shows. So whichever show is finished first, then we'll do the miniature Zebu show. So that is pending. The time is pending.
as we get into our next division out here. And once again, every division so far today has been powerful. We've seen a lot of good cattle within every division, and at the end of the day, you got to come down, you got to pick two, and that's tough, but that's what makes it fun and challenging, and it certainly should be a feather in the breeders and the breed to have that amount of quality within every division. For me, I think this division breaks down pretty handily. For me, I think there's two heifers out here that complement each other, but they're both heifers that got a lot of value, a lot of economic traits, but they do everything with a lot of structure and some foot size and some power to them at the same time. Let's put our hands together, congratulate these exhibitors. Once again, I'll pick your Grand Reserve in this division.
Over here on the South Devon side, we had the division for our junior heifer calf. I think we've got 4 females here that give us a lot of style and a lot of look, and appreciate all of them for different things. The heifer that's going to win the division is the red heifer here. I think that just when you look at her, you get a lot of style, a lot of power with her. She appreciates the depth of her spring of rib, her top shape, and how she carries that out through to her pins. I would like to make her just a little bit more, have a little bit more reach on that front end, but overall a good female.
Back over the Limousin side, Division 3, your champion, 43.98. That is Belle Kinnick-Paulson, Preston, Iowa. That comes out of class number 9. Your reserve was 44.01. That comes out of class 10. Flower Girl, Alexa Montaigne, Elk Point, South Dakota. We move to the next division in class 12. Class 12 has 2 entries, and it is its own division. So this is class 12 and also your division 4. Birth dates May 5th through May 20th, 2018.
The heifer that I picked for the second in the division is the first place heifer from the other class. I think just soundness wise, she moves a little bit more fluid, and really appreciate her power and depth of body.
Going back over on the Poundmaker heifers, your junior heifer calf champion, 57.55. That is JVM Maybelline, JVM Cattle Company, Pella, Iowa, Lower Grove Farm, New Sharon, Iowa. The reserve junior heifer calf, 57.59, comes out of class 401C, DLCC Gidget, Darlin Cattle Company, Pierce, Minnesota. Up next on the Poundmaker heifers with our judge, Angela Visco, will be class 401E senior heifer calves. 2 entries. We have 2 classes in the senior heifer calf division.
We get into these older heifers here. We got a pair of Mays out here, and I think we got an awful good pair. You definitely see that cow prospect within each one of these 2. And for me, I guess what I like is the freshness and the overall balance of this heifer. I'm going to start off with, she might be a little bit more moderate, but I think just moderate compared to the one there in second. I like her size. I like how stout-ended she is. I like her squareness of hip. When she gets out and moves, she's got that softness at the ground. I just think as far as freshness and balance, it's a pretty simple place for me to start. Then we get the big power one there in second, and you like a lot of things about that power and that size and scale and that performance, but I guess as you compare to that heifer right in front of her, I just like the moderator just a notch. I think when we did that, we'd look like we just had just a little bit more rib, especially coming out from that chest floor. Once again, that's an awful good pair of big, powerful cows here in this May class.
On the Limousin side for Class 12, here's the results and your Division 4 championship. First place in champion, 4408, McKenna Richardson, Eureka, Kansas. Second and reserve, 4410, Darian Rupert, Witt, Illinois. Your champion was Flash. Your reserve was Legacy's Fancy. We'll move to our next division, Division 5, our first of three classes at Class 13. Birth dates range from April 4th through April 26, 2018. Judge once again on that side, Scott Bush from Britain, South Dakota.
In our senior heifer calves today, I think we've got two females here that offer a lot of growth. The female that we're going to start with is going to be the black heifer here. I think she's got a lot of look to her. Really appreciate the extension that she has and how she ties that into her top line, carries that throughout. You know, I would like to, her feet, when you look at her front toes, she wants to get a little spread between those toes. I'd like to close that up and maybe just make her just a little bit looser in her skeleton, but a very attractive female on the profile. This red heifer that follows her, I think offers you know, some extension there, and she's got power, and she'll be a productive female. I'd like to see her with a little less condition on her. I think that might give her just a touch more eye appeal, but I think she wants to roach her top a little bit too, but I think overall, very practical, functional females.
Here's results on the Poundmaker heifer side of the show ring. Class 401E senior heifer calves. First place, 5750, Wade Kramer, Columbus, Montana. Second place, 5749, Emma Knick from Malin, Oregon. So it's 1-2 on the placings. In the ring next, the single entry Class 401F late summer yearling heifers, just in front of our senior heifer calf division championship.
As we get into these bigger heifers here, we got some April females out here, and boy, this heifer I'm going to lead off with. You know, I would like to maybe clean up that underline, maybe get some more of that hair out here. She comes at me just a little bit more steerier in her kind. But when I say that, I like her structure. I think she's the best structured, the most balanced, the most put together female in this class. She's the best at the ground. I like her size of her feet. I like that bone structure underneath her. But for me, just that squareness of hip, how big pin she is, and then so big-bodied and big-middled about that, handles all that power extremely well on the move. I think that's a very logical place for me to start in this class. Now the heifer we got here in second, I think she really closely resembles, maybe just a little bit more refined in her overall appearance as that heifer right in front of us. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I just think we had to make the decision today, and I did. But I think this heifer, she's very sound at the ground. You like how square she is. She's maybe a little bit more softer and mellow, more mellow in her stature. But a heifer, when you get around in front of her, you just like to tuck that brisket back into her just a little bit, maybe come a little bit truer out of that chest floor. But that's a logical place for me in second. Then this heifer in third. I like a lot of things about this heifer, maybe not as fresh in her hair coat as some of these heifers right in front of her, but this heifer is extremely long-bodied, and she covers herself extremely well when you set her in motion. She's so long-bodied, long spine, but keeps that all intact on motion. I guess as compared to that pair right in front of us, I'd just like to see her just a little shapier when you get behind her, and that's getting awful picking a good long-bodied heifer there in third. And the female we come here in fourth, when she stopped there, I like that silhouette. The young lady does a nice job with her. She gets that head and neck pulled out of her. She gives you that nice look to her. But when we set her in motion, she probably gets a little down in that loin, gets up in that tail head. Maybe you'd like to see just a notch more foot quality in those hind too. But once again, that's a nice set of April females. Really good pair in the top end.
Catch us up on results here on the limousine side for Class 13. First place, 44-16, Carly Mae Harris, Lawton, Oklahoma. Second, 44-14, Tucker Parkinson, Levelland, Texas. Third, 44-13, Colton Barton, Gerald, Texas. Fourth, 44-11, Rowdy Berry, Port Orchard, Washington. Up next, Class 14. Birth dates March 1st through March 21st, 2018, with our judge, Scott Bush from Britain, South Dakota. Over on the other side, with Angela Visco, our judge from Winnemucca, Nevada, we have a Class 401G is in the ring. Class 401F was a scratch. So our senior heifer calf champion was already decided. That's 5750. That comes from Class 401E, Fraser Cover Girl, Wade Kramer, Columbus, Montana. The reserve senior heifer calf champion was 5749, Finley. Emma Ganek from Malin, Oregon. In the ring, 401G, spring yearling heifers. These born March 1st through April 20th, 2018. We have two classes within this junior heifer division.
We get into these older March females here, and boy, do we have a tandem out here. And this heifer I'm going to lead off with, boy, she hits me pretty hard. You see a lot of breed character to her. You see a lot of productivity. But for me, it's just all that bone and that foot circumference underneath her, and she's so square, but she still gives you that nice look from this side. powerful, stout, deep. That's a really nice one to lead this class off with. Then the heifer we got here in second. Again, I like everything about this female. It's just when I get down to her brisket, it kind of comes out just a little bit. I'd like to knock it back into her just a notch. And again, that's a female. Wants to get her tail head up just a little bit. But you like the phenotype. You like the bone. You like the way she gets out and moves and sets them off on both hands. Maybe just like to make her just a notch more subtle and balanced from end to end. But again, that's a nice class. Really like that one to lead off with.
Up next, the ring for the Limousin will be Class 15, our final class in front of the Division 5 Championship. Here's results on Class 14. First place, 44-17, John Crawford, Big Pool, Maryland. Second place, 44-20, Rowdy Berry, Port Orchard, Washington. Two scratches in the class were 18 and 19. Once again, the ring, Class 15. 3 entries. This is Division 5, birth dates January 15th through the 8th, January 15th through February 5th, 2018. After this, Division 5 Limousin Championship, then the Grand Champion Limousin female selection. Then we'll also be announcing the Herdsman Award. Then we'll get into the bulls.
In the class of the spring yearling heifers over here on the South Devon side, or excuse me, on the Poundmaker side, we've got 4 very growthy, very big-bodied females. The heifer I'm going to start with is the red heifer. I think when you look at her on the profile, she just really has that maternal, feminine look that you want to see in a female. I appreciate her body. I really appreciate how deep she gets into that flank and comes back. Really pretty in the front as well. I think she just ties a lot of things together into a good package. Would like to make her just a little looser on that hind end. The heifer that I'm going to put in second, heifer that I think probably, on the hind end moves very well. I think she's very fluid there. She just gets a little bit outpowered by that red heifer, but still a heifer that offers a lot of extension up front, really clean fronted, and really strong top. The heifer in third is no doubt the widest heifer that we have in this class. You definitely appreciate her for that. She offers a lot of rib and a lot of shape there as well. But when she gets on the move, she kind of wants to roll in that top a little bit, get a little tight in those hind ends, and I'd like to see her feet, her front feet, not have so much curl. The heifer at the end here, no doubt a very practical female. Just like to see her lightened up in her condition. I think if she was a little bit lightened up there, she'd be just have a little bit more style to her, but she moves good, and she's very functional in that respect.
Get into a trio of older heifers out here, and I think this class is a little bit more challenging for me to line up because I like a little bit about every single heifer, and it just didn't really find that one to just really charge with. But I mean, for me, the most balance is in our class winner. Now, I'm not in love with the way she's setting down that udder. I think them teats are just a little long, a little close together. But when I get past that, she's definitely the best structure through that front end, definitely the most mobile and flexible. You like how square her hip, you like how angular she is up front. For me, that's a logical place to start in this class. And then you get in the heifer there in second. Boy, who doesn't like a big old stout cow? And this is the kind of female she's going to be. Tons of foot, tons of bone, really big-ended. Gets a little bit more rounder in her look for me. When you get her up there in the front end, she gets a little bit more terminal, a little bit, with crestier up through that neck. We'd certainly like to see a little bit more femininity. But if you want power and growth and pounds, that's definitely the female guy I ought to look at here in second. Then the heifer here in third, when she's standing still, I like the straightness of line. She's extremely long hipped. But for me to hear today, I'd certainly like to lean her up quite a bit. I think that'd help her the way she struggles off that front end. But a heifer that's got a tremendous amount of power, foot size underneath her. Again, that was a challenging trio, found a logical place to start.
tell me when she's ready.
In our single entry class over here, I think we've got a heifer that gives us a lot of growth and a lot of power. I think when you look at her from the front third, she's really clean in her neckline. Maybe just trim her up on top and down into her chest floor there. But I think she comes back into a pretty deep, broody rib. I'd like to see just a little bit more shape in that hind end and maybe just a little bit stronger top. But on the move, I think she moves fairly well, and she's a very attractive, very big-footed female.
Need to catch you up on results here. I realize that we're behind a little bit. Poundmaker Heifer Show. Go back to Class 401G. First place, 57.45. Emma Kinnick from Malin, Oregon. Second, 57.46. Travis Moniz from Princeton, California. Third, 57.41. Darlin Cattle Company, Pierce, Minnesota. Fourth, 57.42. Sierra Steinlicht from Valley Falls, Kansas. That last class, Class 401H, first place 57.39, Black Betty, Kyle Strandberg, Maynard, Minnesota. Up next, the ring, first and second from 401G and H. This will be your Junior Heifer Division Championship. After this, we'll bring back the Division Champion reserves for the Poundmaker Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion selection. Back over on the Limousin side of the equation, right in the ring right now, this is your Division 5 Limousin Championship. Here's a result on Class 15, that last class. First place, 44.27, Victoria Gherkin, Cashin, Oklahoma. Second, 44.22, Wiley Fanta, Starbuck, Minnesota. Third, 44.24, Wiley Fanta, Starbuck, Minnesota. Once again, this is your Division 5 Limousin Championship in the ring right now. Judge Scott Bush from Britain, South Dakota, graduate from South Dakota State University. You grew up on a purebred Angus operation specializing in bull sales. On the farming side of the equation, they raise corn, beans, alfalfa, and wheat. Currently, he's a partner in Bush Angus with his dad, Jim. They manage the cattle side. He manages the cattle side of their operation. Once again, our judge for the Limousin Show, Scott Bush, Britain, South Dakota.
As we get into our last division of the day before we get into our championship drive of females, I mean, I tell you what, you guys ought to be proud of this breed and proud of the cattle that got brought to me here today. We sent a lot of good cattle back, and I think we left a lot of really good cattle used in this division. And we get in this division, it's no different. I think we got two powerful heifers that represent the breed extremely well. They're heifers that's going to make this championship drive a little bit more interesting also, so that's always a fun part of it. I think this division breaks down pretty handily for me. I think these two females go together extremely well. Once again, put our hands together, congratulate these exhibitors. I'll pick your division winners.
For our division here, before we get into the Grand Drive, I think we have two very high growth, very high performing females. The one that today just for me puts it all together is going to be the red heifer. Like I said before, I really like that rib and how she comes into that flank. Just a very stout, very pretty made female. I'm going to follow her up with the heifer from the last class. I think there's a lot of growth there. Also appreciate the extension that she has and the functionality that she has. So both two good heifers that we'll bring back for the Grand Drive.
Catch you up on results here. Division 5 Limousin Championship. Your champion was 44.17. That comes out of Class 14, Forever Classy. John Crawford, Big Pool, Maryland. The reserve comes out of Class 13. That's 44.16. Carly Mae Harris, Lawton, Oklahoma. Up next, we'll bring back our champion reserves from the Limousin from all 5 divisions. This will be your Grand Champion Limousin female selection. We'll also be announcing the Herdsman Award. Back over on the Poundmaker heifers, your junior heifer champion is 57.45. that comes out of Class 401G. That is HMG Fatty Patty, Emma Genick, Malin, Oregon. Reserve is 5739, comes out of Class 401H. 401H is reserve. That's Black Betty, Kyle Strandberg, Maynard, Minnesota. Up next, to bring back our champion reserves from each division. In the Poundmaker, this will be a Grand Champion Poundmaker heifer selection. Our judge on that side, Angela Visco from Winnemucca, Nevada. Grew up on a commercial cow-calf ranch in northern Nevada. Attended Kansas State University for a bachelor's and master's degree. And while there, she participated in the livestock judging team. Currently, she's the marketing and sales director at Bull Stud Origin in Billings, Montana. Angela Visco from Winnemucca, Nevada is our judge for this Grand Champion Poundmaker heifer selection. Once again, coming in the ring on the Limousin side, this is all of your division champion reserves. This is your Grand Champion Limousin female selection with our judge, Scott Bush from Britain, South Dakota. We'll also be announcing the Herdsman Award.
All right, let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Here in our Grand Drive, I think we've got some functional females and some heifers that would make great productive cows. I think again at this point, there's a few things about these females that I wish I could change, but there's a lot of the things on these females that I really appreciate. Just to begin with the heifer here in the black heifer up front, she's on the younger side, but she sure is pretty to look at from this side. She's got a lot of extension in the neck. She's very just broody in that rib. I really appreciate how she carries that back. I'd like to make her just a little bit stouter, maybe just give her a little bit more natural base width there and power up just a little bit. The red heifer, that's from our second division. There's a lot of things to like about her. She's got good bones, she's got good foot size, from the ground up. She's got a lot of extension, just ties a lot of things together really well. The black heifer from the third division, this is probably the heifer that has, I would say, more expressive in her muscle shape. There's a lot of dimension there in that female, and she's got a good springer rib. The red heifer from our last division, you heard me talk about her. There's a lot of power in that female. Very attractive to look at. When she gets on the move, I'd like to loosen her up just a little bit in the hind end and whatnot. But these, with heifers, I think it's very important to pick very functional type. We're selecting these females to go back into the herd to be able to produce for us. We need them to be practical. They've got to cover ground. They've got to be able to move and keep a decent body condition while also keeping some style to them. So I'll go through and select our Grand Champion heifer.
Those comments from our judge from Winnemucca, Nevada, Angela Visco. Grand Champion Poundmaker heifer comes out of the Junior Heifer Calf Division, 57-55. JVM Maybelline, JVM Cattle Company, Pella, Iowa, Lower Grove Farm, New Sharon, Iowa. That'll bring 57-59 into consideration for reserve.
All right, the heifer that I picked for Grand Champion, there's just a lot of things that this female does right. I think she's really extended. She's just really pretty to look at on the profile and a very deserving heifer to be the champion. Why don't you guys do one?
And Reserve Grand Champion Poundmaker Heifer comes out of that first division, the Spring Heifer Calf Division, 57.63. That's Go-Go. Brandon Van Wyk, Grinnell, Iowa. We'll move right into Poundmaker Bulls. We have four single entry classes. They'll all be in the ring together, and we'll also be picking the Grand Champion Poundmaker Bull at the same time. That's coming up next in the ring on that side of the show ring.
Well, it's certainly been an honor to get a chance to evaluate this breed today, and it's just my opinion, but boy, I tell you what, the quality's been there, and it's a shame for anybody that didn't take the time to come up here and watch this show. We've been deep in every class and deep in every division, and everybody's got their opinion, and that's good. That's all part of what makes breed industry very viable and good. And I didn't talk any about the numbers today. I invite everybody as breeders to go ahead and study on that, because we do have some breed moving females that we saw out here in the ring today. I just didn't think I had enough knowledge about the breed EPDs or any right to tell you how to utilize them in each one of your programs, but I do think they're a viable part of this industry. Was saying this, boy, I'm excited about this lineup of females out here. You know, it's just too bad we got to pick two, but that's kind of the way it goes. But before I do that, I certainly want to thank the National Western and the Limousin Foundation for having me judge this, and certainly my dad's watching. Thanks for watching the cows, KF, when it's 23 below and I'm sweating in here in the ring in Denver. So certainly appreciate my family at home taking care of everything. I've had fun. I'm going to go out here and make a decision. Congratulations to the breeders, the people that brought these cattle out here. Be proud as a breeder, be proud of an exhibitor, be proud of as a parent, be proud. Heck of a set. Give a big hand to these. I'll go pick your Grand Reserve.
Once again, those comments from our judge on the Limousin Show from Britain, South Dakota, Scott Bush. Grand Champion Limousin female for the 2020 National Western Stock Show comes out of Division 1, 43.67. That's Larissa Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. That will move 43.44 into consideration for reserve. Before he picks this reserve grand, herdsman of the year on the Limousin side from Anton, Texas, Bruce Lawrence. Bruce Lawrence, congratulations to Bruce Lawrence, the herdsman of the year for the Limousin breed. Your reserve Grand Champion Limousin female comes out of that last Division 5, 44-17, Forever Classy. John Crawford, Big Pool, Maryland. I think we got a picture break before we get to the Bulls. The Limousin Bulls are just ahead. But congratulations to our Grand Champion Limousin female, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. And the reserve Grand Champion Limousin female, John Crawford, Big Pool, Maryland, and the herdsman of the year, Bruce Lawrence of Anton, Texas. Over on the Poundmaker bulls, in the ring, this is all 4 classes. They're all single entry. So you have 501A, B, C, and D in the ring. And what the judge is doing is she will be talking about each one of them because they're all first in each class. But she is going to pick the grand champion and the reserve grand champion Poundmaker bull. So that's what's happening right now. After this selection, then we will have the get and group classes. Then we'll be announcing the Premier Breeder and Premier Exhibitor Awards. And then whichever show finishes first, we'll have miniature zebu in. So it'll either be whichever side finishes first, that's where miniature zebu is going to happen. That was a scheduled start time at 2 o'clock, but we will start that one just as soon as one of these shows is over.
In our lineup of bulls here for the Poundmaker division, I think we've got a lot of potential in these bulls. I think there's a lot of quality, and there's some things you'd like to adjust in these bulls. Since they're all individual classes, before I name the grand champion overall, we'll just go through and evaluate each one. We'll start off with the youngest bull here up at the lead. He's a bull that has a lot of extension. He's really long. You really appreciate him for that. Fairly long-fronted, whatnot. And when you get though back into his hind end, he wants to have a little bit more set to those hocks and get under himself just a little bit more. Tends to roll a little bit. But there's a lot of growing potential with the young bulls. With the red bull for the second class, still a bull that I think, as the first one, there's a lot of length there. Maybe a little bit smoother made, but in his own right, I think a very stout-boned bull. I think he moves fairly well, and you appreciate him also for his performance on paper. The red bull that we have here in the third class, this is a bull that offers a lot of eye appeal. He's got a lot of shape. He's got a lot of natural base width. With being a mature bull, too, you kind of have to evaluate them in a different way than you do the young bulls. Those young bulls just haven't quite had that opportunity to bloom into their full potential yet. And so, but with this red bull, another aspect that you can really appreciate about him is his scrotal size. He'd be our largest scrotal bull in the class today. And you appreciate the strength of his top and how he carries that back through to the hip and through his pins, and he also moves very well. And then last but not least, we've got this black bull here in our final class that, he's super long. You look at this bull, and when he's on the move, he's got a lot of flex in his joints. He's got a lot of stretch there, and also follows that up with a lot of power and very good rib shape as well. You'd like to see him just a little stronger in his top, I think, but very practical, very functional bulls, and I'll go through and select your champion.
Once again, those comments from our judge, Angela Visco from Winnemucca, Nevada. She grew up on a commercial cow-calf ranch in northern Nevada, attended Kansas State University for her bachelor's and master's degree, and participated in this livestock judging team while there. Currently, she's a marketing and sales director at Bull Stud Origin in Billings, Montana. Our judge, Angela Visco from Winnemucca, Nevada. While she makes her decisions, Our results on Class 501A, Summer Bull Calves, first place 57.66. That's RP Farm, Swanville, Minnesota. First place from 501B was 57.69. Darlin Cattle Company, Pierce, Minnesota. First place from 501C, 57.70. JVM Cattle Company, Pella, Iowa. And Lower Grove Farm, New Sharon, Iowa. In that last class, 501D, first place 57.71. Wiley Fanta, Starbuck, Minnesota. All four of those bulls in the ring right now being considered for Grand Reserve Grand Champion Poundmaker Bull. Grand Champion Poundmaker Bull for the 2020 National Western Stock Show, 57.70. JVM Fireball, JVM Cattle Company, Pella, Iowa. Lower Grove Farm, New Sharon, Iowa. And your reserve Grand Champion Poundmaker Bull comes out of that last class, 57.71. Royal Frisco, Wiley Fanta, Starbuck, Minnesota. Up next will be group classes for our South Devon show. Group classes, we have entries for pair of calves, pair of yearlings, 2 bulls, junior get of sire, senior get of sire, produce of dam, and best 5 head. We'll also be announcing the Premier Breeder and Premier Exhibitor Awards. That's all just ahead on the South Devon show, in the show ring there. Over on the Limousin side, we'll be restarting that one in just a few moments with the Limousin Bulls. As soon as they get done with pictures, Limousin Bulls will kick back off our show. It'll be Class 16. 3 classes within this first division. Class 16 Bulls for Division 1 will lead things off. There's 2 entries in this first class.
As we get back into the limousine side of things, we just got done with an exciting female show that showed a lot of power, and then we get right into this bull show here, and we certainly got a nice deal to start this off. I'm going to go ahead and lead off with the June bull calf here, and the reason why I tell you, this calf has got a great look from the side. I mean, it's so good and true blue about his top, square hip, love the tail head, but when you set that calf in motion, he's so loose, grabs ground, so flexible, soft at the ground, easy place to start. Congratulations. Then we get into the bull calf here in second. A little bit of a disadvantage here, just wanting to not show as well out here and wanting to push off them hind two a little bit. It's a little harder to get a look at him. But a calf you certainly admire for his depth of rib. He's really big top. He's probably the pounds heavy calf in this class, a tremendous amount of performance. But that's a nice way to end our first tandem of bulls to start off this show.
Up next will be Class 17, 2 entries coming in on the Division I Limousine Bulls. Class 16 results with our judge, Scott Bush from Britain, South Dakota. First place, 44-30. Thomas & Son Farms, Boonesboro, Maryland. Second, 44-31. Bruce Lawrence, Anton, Texas. Once again, Class 17 coming in the ring. Division I Limousine. We have second class of 3 within this first division. Over on the other side of the show ring, National South Devon Show. We've got the group classes going on. We'll give you those results as we work through them. Pair of calves, both sexes. First place, 67-71, Darlin Cattle Company, Pierce, Minnesota. Second, RP Farm, Swanville, Minnesota. In your program's pair of yearlings, the scratches were 67-75 and 67-74. First place goes to JVM Cattle Company, Pella, Iowa. The 2 bulls owned by an exhibitor, the placings. First place, JVM Cattle Company, Pella, Iowa. Second place, Darlin Cattle Company, Pierce, Minnesota. Should be junior get of sire coming in, 3 head. Senior get of sire, 4 head, both sexes. Then produce of dam and best 5 head yet to go, plus premier breeder, premier exhibitor awards.
We get into our next class of Limmy Bulls out here, and we have, an April and a May once again. But, boy, this class winner here is a cool dude. You get behind him, and he's so big-hipped, and the way he sets down that hind leg, he's so relaxed and soft at the ground. It gives you that wild look from the side. This is an easy place to start. That's a really cool one. definitely take notice of that calf. Then we get into the bull there in second, maybe just giving up a little bit of the bloom and the little bit of the weight and performance. But then when you get past that, he's very good structured. He hits the ground with ease. He's really long and level about his lines. We just need just a little bit more maturity and time. There's future is definitely on his side. But again, second class today, really easy place to start.
Catch up on results here on the Limousin side. Division 1, Class 17. First place, 44-34. Macy Ratliff, Westphalia, Kansas. Second place, 44-32. Pinnell's Limousin, Cuba, Missouri. Up next, Class 18, Division 1 Limousin Bulls. 2 entries coming in. This is our last class in front of the Division 1 Limousin Championship Drive. Judge once again, Scott Bush, Britain, South Dakota. Scott Bush, Britain, South Dakota is our judge. Over on the group classes for the National South Devon Show, Junior Get of Sire, 3 head, both sexes. First place, 67-69. Darlin Cattle Company, Pierce, Minnesota. The scratch was 67-68. Senior Get of Sire, 4 head, both sexes in the ring at this time, I believe. Excuse me, Produce a Dam is in. Senior Get of Sire was a scratch. Produce a Dam. Then we'll be announcing the Premier Breeder, Premier Exhibitor Awards. We got the best 5 head yet to go.
Get into our next class, the Limousin Bulls here. We get into some March and Aprils, and we got a really kind of a different kind of a pair out here, but we've got 2 very useful bulls out here. But I'm going to take the power and the maturity and the scrotal development of this heifer or this bull that I'm going to start the class off with. You get behind him, he's just so big backed and big, wide pinned, and just so much muscle shape, and he's got that bone and that length of body and that added rib. Well, with that added performance, I think this is a very easy place for me to start. Congratulations. Then we get into the bull here in second. I think there's a lot of good in this calf also. He'd probably just given up a little bit of weight per day of age and overall weight and power, but a bull that's so good up through that front end. He's square hip, very good at the ground. I like his bone makeup. Just like to see just a little bit more of him for him to compete with that bull right in front of him. Once again, a really nice pair in our third class of bulls.
Here's a result on the Limousin side, Division 1, Class 18. First place, 44-41. Rom Limousin, Arlington, South Dakota. Second, 44-39. Clay Schilling, Edson, Kansas. In your programs, it's 2-1. Up next, Division 1 Limousin Championship selection. First and seconds back in the ring from classes 16, 17, and 18. Judge once again, Scott Bush from Britain, South Dakota. Don't forget the National Western Stock Show's official Livestock photographer is Show Champions. Check out the pictures taken in the ring and at the backdrop and purchase pictures online at showchampions.com. Back over on the National South Devon Show, produce of dam results. 2 head to either sex. First place, JVM Cattle Company, Pella, Iowa. Second place, Darlin Cattle Company, Pierce, Minnesota. In the ring, best 5 head. Best 5 head. Our final group class. And then we'll be announcing the Premier Breeder, Premier Exhibitor Awards. Huge thanks to our judge on that side of the show ring this afternoon from Winnemucca, Nevada, Angela Visco. Thank you, Angela. Pleasure working with you. Also, thanks to Jillian Kneep from Mount Air, Iowa, helping us with awards. She's with the Junior Ambassador. Thank you, Jillian.
So I know I was told that I didn't really need to give reasons for the group classes, but I just wanted to say thank you very much for having me here today. Thank you to Stock Show, and thank you to the South Devon Association. It's been an honor and a privilege to spend the day with every one of you. I've really enjoyed evaluating your cattle. It's been a lot of fun, and I'm really impressed with the cattle that came through today, and you guys have done a lot of good hard work with these. Let's give everybody a round of applause.
We get into our first division here in the bull show, and I guess for me it's not any different than that first division in the heifer show. We got a tremendous amount of quality from our June calf to our March calf, and we got some good looking ones, some square ones, some very sound kind of cattle, very good at the ground, good footed. And then you got one with a tremendous amount of power and a little bit more advancement. And I like power and performance, and I think that's the way we got to go with these bulls. I think for me, this division goes together pretty handily. But once again, let's put our hands together and congratulate these exhibitors. Very good first division.
Division 1 Limousin Champion 4441 out of Class 18, Rom Graffiti. Rom Limousin, Arlington, South Dakota. That'll move 4439 in consideration for reserve. Results back on the National South Devon Show for the best 5 head. First place, JVM Cattle Company, Pella, Iowa. Second place, Darlin Cattle Company, Pierce, Minnesota. Third place, JVM Cattle Company, Pella, Iowa. Division 1 Limousin Reserve Champion 4434 out of Class 17, Gold Buckle, Macy Ratliff, Westphalia, Kansas. Up next, we move to Division 2. A single class within this division, 3 entries. Birth dates January 3rd through January 3rd, so all 3 of them born same day. This will be Class 19 Bull Division 2 Limousine and your championship for that division as well. Your attention, please. The National South Devon Show Premier Breeder. Congratulations to JVM Cattle Company, your premier exhibitor, Darlin Cattle Company. Congratulations. Miniature Zebu participants, you can bring your first set of classes up to the holding area. You will be on the south side of the stadium arena. Miniature Zebu show will start just as soon as we get the show materials and the show staff here. Miniature Zebu, please report with your first set of classes. I know you guys are bringing up either all the females first or the bulls, whichever one you guys are bringing up, bring up and stage them, install them